Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the EJ Screen Review Panel public meeting. I'm going to turn now the meeting over to Dr. Chakraborty, the chair of the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the third and final day of our public meeting of the EPA EJ Screen Review Panel. I'm Jay Chakraborty, chair of this panel, and just a reminder to everyone who's attending that the purpose of this meeting is to conduct an independent peer review of the revised version of the EPA's EJ Screen tool, listen to public comments, and deliberate on the responses to the 16 charge questions. And our panel began these deliberations on the question responses on day one of our meeting. And we have completed our discussion and deliberation of the first 13 charge questions that comprise topic categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. And on today's agenda, we'll begin with a discussion of responses to the 3 remaining questions, 14 through 16, that are listed under category number 5. And then we have a short break, and after the break, we'll have a discussion to reach consensus on the key findings or the most important recommendations for advancing EJ Screen. So these are the items on today's agenda, and there is no lunch break because we are expected to finish around that time. And a quick reminder again about our protocols and format for our deliberations that we have followed so far. Keep in mind that all comments should be stated in public for the record to avoid issues that may occur when we are drafting or writing the report. And we are trying to arrive at some kind of agreement or consensus for our responses to the charge questions that will be used to draft the report, which is the next step. And as always, please state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those who are joining us on the phone. And we'll follow the same format for that we used for day 1 and day 2, with the lead writer or lead discussant briefly introducing the topic area, their interpretation of the topic, and the charge questions for approximately 5 minutes. And then each lead discussant and relevant group members will provide brief summaries of their own preliminary comments. And we then open the floor for discussion with the full panel. And again, the discussion of each charge question should not exceed a maximum of 45 minutes, as indicated in the meeting agenda. And so that's all I have in terms of today's introduction. And I would like to now invite Dr. Timothy Collins to introduce topic number 5 and the charge questions that comprise the category.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, and thanks for inviting me to do this. I'm on Mountain Time right now, so I'm going to try to be as alert as possible, given the time. So what I've done is I've basically summarized in my own words the charge questions for this specific topic area, and also sort of summarized what I based on members of this topic group's responses to these charge questions, and tried to sort of integrate them a bit. What I'll do is just briefly summarize that to provide an introduction, and then what I'll do is have each of the panelists on this topic group go through and provide their comments on each of the charge questions. I'll just sort of provide mine at the end of each charge question. So our group is focusing on providing input on how EJ Screen might better integrate consideration of rural geographies. And panelists had a lot to say about this topic. As we've seen from the past 2 days, many of the other charge questions cross-cut this issue of urban versus rural geographies and some of the fundamental differences that may exist in experiences of environmental injustice across those landscapes. While I digested panelists' comments, it became evident that this is a major consideration for EJ Screen, one that again cross-cuts the other charge question topic areas. Panelists in this group provided both general feedback as well as very specific feedback and suggestions pertaining to each of the charge questions. The charge questions focus on distinguishing rural from urban areas and incorporating calculations or comparisons between the rural versus urban areas and how that might be done in EJ Screen. Of course, that's predicated on a second issue that one of the charge question focuses on in terms of like, how do we define rural areas? And there are different ways of doing this, different ways of operationally defining rural areas, such that we might integrate the consideration of rural areas within EJ Screen. And then finally, panelists provided feedback on identifying nationally consistent data sets that might help us document these environmental justice issues for rural communities. And now I'm going to summarize a few of the overarching issues or themes raised by panelists. First, there was recognition that EJ issues in rural areas are to some extent qualitatively different than EJ issues in urban areas, with rural EJ issues defined by the typically peripheral status of communities and their economic integration as sites of extractive, primary sector industrial activities. Related to that, there's concern among panelists that through the process of selecting indicators and developing calculation approaches, EJ Screen inadvertently introduces biases that work against the goal of identifying EJ issues in rural communities. So in rural areas, a fundamental lack of access to resources underpins EJ issues. This includes a lack of access to healthy environments, healthcare, food, social services, basic public infrastructure, and so on. Indigenous and tribal EJ issues are also concerned in rural areas. Panelists agreed that indicators gauging that lack of access to resources are not as well integrated in EJ Screen as they could be. They also thought the ability of users to quantify the lack of access to resources in many rural US communities should be systematically integrated within EJ Screen, perhaps within those core indexes. Several nationally consistent data sources were identified by panelists focused on topic 5 that might enable this. Second, panelists unanimously agreed that pollution exposures related to primary sector economic activities, extractive industries like oil and gas, agriculture, and other sort of those extractive type activities, as well as other environmental indicators that are especially relevant to rural areas, are not well represented in EJ Screen. There was a lot of excellent commentary by panelists about that. Panelists identified some nationally consistent data sources that could enable better integration of environmental indicators relevant to rural community EJ issues in EJ Screen. Related to this, panelists noted that while EJ Screen is in the process of including climate change related hazards that impact rural communities, things like flooding, wildfire, those indicators are not integrated into the core EJ Screen indexes. Third, panelists believe that EJ Screen should enable users to distinguish rural from urban areas and examining and exploring core EJ Screen indexes. A topic of extensive commentary was how to operationally define rural areas, given various alternatives. Several standardized, nationally consistent data sets with underlying definitional assumptions were identified that could facilitate stratification of rural from urban areas within EJ Screen. And so that briefly summarizes the discussion. It definitely doesn't capture all the nuances and all the fine points of it. And at this point, I'd like to open up each of the charge questions for panelists to voice their perspectives. So yeah, the first of these 3 charge questions is number 14. Currently, there is no differentiation between urban and rural communities within EJ Screen. The tool uses some calculations and indicators for the entire country. Please comment on A, whether EJ Screen should incorporate different calculations or levels of comparison for rural versus urban locations to ensure fuller representation of both locations in the tool. B, how the tool could better represent rural and urban locations. And at this point, I think I'd like to open it up that the panel members are listed by name, and on my list, Ann Fritz is the first panel member. So perhaps Ann could take the first go at this.
Thanks, Tim. And I appreciate the summary of the comments. Well stated. One thing I do want to add is that in examining the charge questions, I look at what is the intended purpose of EJ Screen. And nowhere in the intended purpose on the website or in the technical documentation does it state that it should be used for regulatory or policy purposes. It's a screening tool. So I'm looking at our charge questions and the science-based aspect of what is in the tool. I think we need to keep that in mind. Most U.S. environmental laws work through cooperative federalism, and that means that the federal government sets national environmental standards while state implement those standards within their jurisdiction, within their borders. A state may or may not have primacy for certain environmental regulations for those programs. And that's what sometimes creates a patchwork, which can be problematic for creating a nationally consistent data set. But I don't think that can be, that shouldn't be a barrier to doing the science. But just understanding that this is science and not policy or regulatory environment. And so keeping those two separate. Another thing is the state primacy has important implications for the data flows that go from the state programs, regulatory programs that have QAPs, quality assurance project plans, standard operating procedures that flow into EPA data systems. And so keeping that in mind looks also kind of helps clarify the data, the sources, the science that goes into some of those things. So those are just some preliminary comments that I have in the beginning. So on to the calculation and the indicators, I do believe that there should be some differences in comparison. I caution against using different weighting factors because at its core, every American deserves clean air, clean land, and clean water. And so different weighting factors for rural or urban, that I hesitate to say that, because why would anybody in the Dakotas not deserve the clean air, clean water that somebody living in Washington, D.C. would? So that right of a person to breathe the clean air, have clean water and livable land, that shouldn't matter. So I caution against some recommendations for weighting differently rural and urban areas. It should be things that we potentially have control over, the industry, and then I'm going to go back in and say regulatory. No. Another comment I have about the calculations and the indicators, attainment versus non-attainment status, that could be one level of comparison. And again, that's not a rural or an urban issue. There are non-attainment areas in Wyoming. So that's something to think of. Regarding the calculations and the indices for rural and urban areas, there are some places where the indices do not make sense. For example, the modeled output for ozone and particulate matter and our state's own ambient air monitoring data do not correlate very well. And so examining those correlations of the model data versus the state's QA/QC data, I think there's potential for research on that. I also, this kind of leads into, I've made comments previously about model data versus QA/QC data. If states have a regulatory program that outlines the scientific validity of the data and the ability for the data to hold up if there's a court case. Again, I'm kind of launching, my lens is from a state regulatory perspective. So I'm sorry, I know I said we should be using this tool for a regulatory purpose. And so I want to make that distinction. But if you follow me here, what I'm going for is that the states submit data to EPA for their program databases. And then what's being used in EJ Screen is being pulled from ECHO or possibly FRS. And so what I sometimes see is a disconnect or possible silos of these different data systems within EPA. And so I mentioned, I can't remember if it was the first day or whatever, about having, ensuring that the open data systems, for opendata.gov, that there's good transparency and documentation so you know where those sources of data come from that are being used in the EJ screen model. Is it coming from the program database itself? Is it a snapshot in time? And so generally, I think it's pretty clear in the documentation, but I think there could be some improvements. And just as an aside, but yesterday someone mentioned about using Esri's Living Atlas, that you can put in Esri's Living Atlas into the tool. And so I did some digging a number of years ago, not too long ago, but Esri's Living Atlas has the FRS data stream in there. So that is the facility registration system. And in doing a lot of digging and calling, I actually contacted the person at EPA that provides that data flow to Esri, and Esri does a poll every weekly from the SRF. So just point of reference, if you're looking at FRS data in Esri's Living Atlas, it is updated weekly. At least it was a couple of years ago when I asked. So that's kind of an interesting thing. I do agree, and it's mentioned previously, that access to healthcare is an important aspect of rural calculations. That some metric for the rural areas needs to take into account access to healthcare, including possibility access to dental, medical, or primary care physicians. That's very important for rural communities. And sometimes that may be the primary driver of health outcomes, although I haven't found a definitive source of work for this yet, that if it's access to care or proximity to an environmentally regulated facility. So that is a potential future research. I've been asking and searching for reference about the question if health outcomes in rural areas are based on the burden of pollution or the access to care. In other words, do people in rural areas experience worse health outcomes that could be seen as cumulative impacts, heart disease, respiratory illnesses, et cetera, because they are in an environmentally burdened area, i.e. living in near the oil patch or in an agricultural area that's heavily row cropped, and so there's lots of dust? Or are there worse health outcomes simply because they live 3 hours from their primary care physician? I've not found, at least in my research and my looking through the sources, I've only found one reference to that. And unfortunately, the sample size was only 12 people. So I think that needs to be worked. There has been some work done that looked at distinct cultural, geography, and economic differences in rural counties in Georgia. But a one-size-fits-all metric for rural areas also must be carefully vetted, because rural Wisconsin is very different than rural Montana. That's all the comments I have for that particular charge question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Let me see who's next on the list. I think it's Ted Hawk.
Hi, Ted Hawk. Thank you. I just wanted to point out a couple of things about what I think is a little bit of a binary in this conversation about rural versus urban and how we define it. If you look at the way that the census defines urban areas, they have, I was just looking at this, they have 2,600 urban areas that fall under what they'll classify as urban areas that range between less than 500 to greater than 10,000 people per square mile. So when you think about that distribution, it makes me think that this isn't really a binary conversation we should be having. It's more of a gradient of land use. And I think, to my point, I think that there's better data, there's better ways for us to look at this than to rely on these hard breaks that the census is kind of implementing. And I think when you do that, you start to rely on some of the really good data that I think Tim mentioned in his comments and I mentioned in mine, which is the National Land Cover data. Speaking of the Living Atlas, there's this impervious surface data that looks at impervious surface, to Naomi's point yesterday about impervious surface over time, which tracks really well with, changes in land use. So I think that's a really important thing to do, is to not think about this from a census block tract or just some of the ways we were talking about it yesterday. It's a land use question to me. And to Ann's point, I think this breaks down some of that weighting or that the way in which we kind of view the rural areas and whether they deserve the same level of, services and that kind of thing. So I think that's an important thing to mention. The second thing I wanted to mention is I think this whole conversation really needs the guidance of, for example, USDA. They have a really good shop in the Atlas of Rural and Small Town America, which is something that I think we should be leaning on heavily to kind of have this conversation. It's going to be more obviously agriculturally skewed, but I think that's an important thing that needs to be brought into it. I think also things like the Appalachian Regional Commission would be really good guidance on how to define rural areas, mountainous rural areas, and they have, their corollary agencies all around the country, which would be really helpful and they have good data there too. I don't know if it's at the granularity that we would need it, but they could sure help, I think, in that regard. The other thing is when I think about rural versus urban, I also think about getting at this one of the elephants in the room to me, which is the role of the Department of Defense and military installations and that kind of thing. They are, if you talk to tribes in the Great Plains and even others, even where I lived in Burlington, Vermont with the F-35, military installations are a major, major deal. And I don't think they seem like they're kind of taboo to bring into something like this, but they need to be because they're huge players. I mean, obviously they're job creators, but they're also environmental polluters too, which has to be reckoned with. The other thing I wanted to mention was that I think we also have to, this is something I wanted to mention yesterday, but I didn't, which is the definition of food deserts in the EJ screen isn't really clear to me. And if I look at certain communities, rural and urban, that I've been to and look and overlay them onto this desert calculation, doesn't really match. It doesn't track at all with what I see. Now that might mean that there's a Dollar General in some of these communities, but that doesn't count, so I think the food deserts and the calculation of that and the better parameterizing of that metric is really going to be important. The opioid epidemic, I think I mentioned this already. I think data sets are just, I'm kind of rambling on data, the charge question 16, but I think the opioid epidemic is also another issue that's not accounted for when we talk about the rural versus urban divide. And then another issue is, things that we might not even think of as environmental justice, like the location of dams and what dams did to tribal communities and what, the areas that were flooded out in the name of the installation of those kinds of things. I think that's really important. But getting back to my original point, I don't think that it really behooves us, especially as we know the satellite imagery and some of this really amazing work is coming online. And as Ann said, the Living Atlas and some of the stuff is being updated very, very quickly. I think it would behoove us to really transition away from these hard breaks that the census kind of requires us to utilize and transfer to a more smooth, tapered transition from urban to rural, because I think that would really benefit this tool. So thanks.
Thank you, Ted. Adriana?
Thank you, team. Adriana Zuniga. So what I wrote for this charge question is what I consider the main differences between rural and urban. And as my peers mentioned, I highlight the lack of access to critical infrastructure and services as one of the main issues for rural areas. People have to travel longer distances to get healthy food, higher education, in some cases, potable water. In some arid regions, they rely on private wells and the quality may not be good. Healthcare, as Anne mentioned, is a big issue, but also access to parks, recreation, high-speed internet, emergency response, sometimes sanitations, they need to travel distances to dump their trash, and so forth. So I think the way to capture this lack of access or limited access to critical infrastructure is to create or calculate distance to the closest urban area. That way, if you have to travel longer distances, you're more vulnerable than if you live closer to an area that provides all of these services. Maybe this could be added to critical service gaps, a part of the tool that has the capability to increase more of these issues. In addition, I think, as Tim mentioned, a problem with rural areas is proximity to agricultural fields and extractive industries like mines and power plants. And so they get exposed to these negative impacts like pesticides and heavy metals, leachate, etc. And I want to highlight a population that is very vulnerable, migrant workers. Sometimes, many times they're not captured in the census. They might be temporary workers if they're legal, but if they are undocumented, they are in the shadows, but definitely exposed. I don't have a clear recommendation on how to capture that, but be mindful that there is this population that is disproportionately impacted by these issues. I was also want to highlight, as Ted mentioned, indigenous peoples in rural areas, reservations, and they are very isolated. They can be exposed to hazardous waste, for example, from uranium mines, so they don't even have potable water or the very basic services and that they need to survive. So they are at the forefront of justice issues. As Naomi mentioned, maybe just bring this population up as its own demographic. Lack of opportunities for youth, like higher education, employment. So we are also seeing aging population in rural areas because the youth need to go elsewhere. So that affects their healthcare and their support system and many other aspects of. So the tool, I think it includes some aspects of age, but that can really highlight issues in rural areas. As Tim mentioned, climate change related disasters hit rural areas very much, like flooding. Entire agricultural fields can be flooded for weeks, even wildfires and many other issues. They kill animals, livestock, wildlife, and displace people. So I think a key issue to consider in climate change is access to insurance then, and because some people might not have access to this support system that can get them to be more resilient. So maybe adding an economic tool, a finance aspect to resilience here can really highlight the vulnerability of some people to these issues. And I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Adriana. Marjorie?
Thank you, Tim. First, for doing such a great summary in the beginning. It's very helpful. I think if, from my perspective, looking at the charge question and thinking just about the calculations and the indicators and whether you can really use the same calculation. If you look at the indices, some of them, you can just read some of them, low income population, high school education, et cetera. I would think that, yes, they would be comparable. But then if you look at some of the other indicators, the pollution and sources, it's easy to actually just look at the data and to see, well, where do they fall in the rural and urban areas? And of course, some will be completely zero in the rural areas, so you're not capturing. And so to me, it's almost going through each indicator to see that this is not relevant, this is not relevant, et cetera, so that when the indices are calculated, those values are zero. I know there was a question about whether you have a zero or not enough information. How does that play in the calculation? But I think the issue is, do you try to tweak the way the calculations are done currently, which I think does represent more urban areas, or do you try to think of a different way to calculate? By tweaking, you could add a lot of the indicators that people have mentioned, and they're going to be very different in different rural areas, whether it's mining, agriculture, or really not much of anything, ranches, et cetera. And I think that's the question. And so to me, there are literally, people have mentioned just in these 10 minutes, many indicators that could be added. And each time you add an indicator, if it's used in the index calculation, you have to be really thoughtful about it for the reasons we talked about yesterday, the range of those values, and also the comparative impact that those indicators may have for any population. So I think it's worthwhile thinking about a different kind of calculation. Comparing even rural areas to rural areas is difficult. So I don't have as good of here's my answer to this question, because I think it raises so many more questions in a way that need a lot of thought. And these are long-term because the data just aren't available and they're not nationally consistent. So I echo the comment about the USDA. I think it has a lot of good information and to try to extract and also make a determination of not how good the data have to be, but how nationally consistent they have to be, particularly because they may be relevant more to rural areas. So they may not actually specifically may be gathered not to be necessarily nationally consistent. And USDA is just an example. The USGS, I worked for the USGS. It's a pretty good agency for collecting scientific information. They're also making some of their changes to their survey practices. And so how you keep up with some of those reliance on other federal agencies that have very good information. So I think it's really important to investigate each of these, not just the indices, but the actual indicators. And you can't use the same calculation, in my opinion, because so many that we have currently without rural areas always being left out on the pollution side primarily.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that covers all the group members, right? So now we can open it up for discussion from the rest of the panel.
I think we had Jay, if I'm not mistaken. I think both Sokobi and
Oh, right.
Naomi may have had additional comments. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. Sokobi, can go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. So this hopefully this will be added value. Let me go to what I wrote. Hold on a second, I'm sorry. So yeah, just to add a few things, and everybody's made some great points. Just want to refer folks back to the Jay, what was the title? What was the report that we did with the group? It was, what was it? Was it IFC, EFC? What's the group?
It was the IEC Advancing EJ Screen report from May to June 2022. Yeah, that should be available publicly now, right? On the website, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So that report has a well-developed discussion about the rural indicators. And we had multiple team members with various excessive expertise about rural life that contributed to that report. A lot of deep discussions about tribal communities and how, just really that the tool is not inclusive. And I really like the point that Dr. Elion made about nationally consistent. When you think about rural areas, another point that others made about the data, you're not going to get a nationally consistent data set. So in that report, I believe we talked about, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it again today, having more regional based tools. So I think, I forget who said it yesterday, for us to kind of dream big and think big, the dream big and thinking big part, this I want to reemphasize is we have to have a platform, as Matt and Ty and I think said, that a platform that allows us to look at these issues in the area by area basis. So really, the current approach we have of mixing apples and oranges doesn't work well. And so rural to rural, but even within the rural, as was stated, across regions. So I just want to reemphasize the point of having region-based tools, regional-based approaches, regional-based mapping apparatus. I think that's important. Now get into the indicators. In my write-up, and we talk about agricultural operations, and so fertilizers, pesticides, as I stated yesterday, of course, CAFOs, various types, cattle feed lots, turkey farms, industrial chicken farms, industrial hog farms, those issues, sludge waste, both from the animal operations, also human sludge waste, because a lot of sludge fields from POTWs, public operating works, social plants, that waste is applied in rural areas. So you have the issue of energy infrastructure. For more of the classic energy infrastructure, I like to say that most EJ issues, environmental justice issues, are actually energy injustice issues. And so from extraction to transport, a lot of that is rural areas, and also processing in rural areas. But a lot of the extraction and the transport of those pipelines, that happens in rural areas. So I think the proximity to the concentration of the type of operation, all those needs to be taken into account when you think about energy infrastructure. And also this whole, this fake, I don't want to get into too much in my advocacy side of it, but activist side of it, but biogas issues need to be included. Also an issue that we haven't raised, I think, on the energy infrastructure side is woody biomass. That's happening a lot in rural communities as well. So spray fields, waste byproducts. I think, better data as relates to exposure to, we're talking about, cumulative and scoring. We talked a lot about chemicals, but when we talk about rural communities, there's a lot of biological agents, about microbes, protozoa, when you think about runoff issues. So don't want to forget those issues. In North Carolina, they did a lot of work that's shown that fecal material from hog waste, they've been using microbiome studies, have been found in people's homes, right? So that biological waste microbial component needs to be taken into account as well. And then we have these hidden populations that we're not really addressing from an infrastructure perspective. So I think some folks mentioned well water, Wi-Fi access. We like to talk about in my work and work with folks like Omega Wilson, the lack of basic amenities. We have so many folks in this country who do not have access to sewer and water infrastructure, potable water, right? Colonias, agricultural communities, right? Tribal communities, right? Unincorporated communities, particularly those that are linkages to the history of slavery in this country. A lot of my work connects to those communities. So I think that's another part of the rural sort of piece that we need to look at. And so, and then in addition to that, we talk about redlining in urban areas. There is a type of redlining, right, in rural communities too. Development patterns where some get development and some don't get development, and some get poor development or healthy development, and some get good development. And so data sets from USDA will be relevant, I think, to that regard. And also one point about agriculture again, what we haven't mentioned is land loss. A lot of Black farmers, Black folks have lost land. So you're talking about extraction, that needs to be captured too as an indicator when we think about cumulative impacts of bad policies, right? We talked about low life expectancy. That's another thing, loss of land and the loss of culture. So how do we integrate that into this type of tool? Then another thing in rural communities, property values are important to take into account as well. It's going to be different in urban areas, but that needs to be taken into account. And in addition, going back to the point about the other data sets and not necessarily harmonization, but accessing data, USDA, NOAA, FEMA, those will be very relevant to get data to include in here. And I really appreciate the points that others made about not being stuck on the census tracts or census block groups, but using other types of geographic units that make sense and looking at it from a gradient perspective. So those are my primary comments, but I do think we need to, again, thinking big and dreaming big, there needs to be a separate tool for rural areas and a platform that allows us to look at it across various regions across the country and making sure that, again, and I'll say this point, I'll pass my back to you, Jay. I know I've been saying a lot of stuff, and Tim, to make sure that the community input is also there. So we have rural groups that are working on these issues, that they're getting that feedback loop is also integrated into what we do with the more rural focused screening tool. So back to you, Tim or Jay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacoby. Jay, do you want to open it up?
I think we have one more, right?
Oh,
Naomi?
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Naomi.
Thank you. So I just had a look at this one study that was looking at different classification schemes of rural and urban, and they evaluated several different schemes, including many from the Department of Agriculture. So it's sort of unclear which schemes we should use, but it does seem clear that there's a large difference between especially urban and rural, but maybe also creating a suburban category. And I think that the specific indicators that seem important in this regard would be, as Dr. Jacoby just said, housing value. So using median house price as something, of an indicator, which I don't think is involved in our income calculation right now. And also the proximity indicators. So anything that's, a hazardous waste site that's close to an urban area or an urban block group, those block groups are smaller in size. So a larger area for a block group should have larger proximity buffer, larger proximity allowance, I think, to measure an impact. So I'm not sure which, classification scheme to use, but it does seem like something would be better than what we have. And part of what would be nice is to have, like a kind of a toggle mode where we can turn on the urban versus rural kind of view. But it does seem like a lot of the classification schemes are at the county level. And so this kind of adds to, I think, the case to bring counties into EJ Screen as a reference geography. So, classifying counties as rural versus urban, that might be too coarse a scale for most things, but it could also be just a rough screen, right? And so having a county geography as a reference, and then being able to toggle whether that's a rural or an urban county, I think could be, or a suburban, could be really useful. So I think that's all for me.
This is Anne. I just have one more addition, and it was actually kind of riffing off of comments that Dr. Zuniga had in her written comments, but she'd mentioned it's critical to work with the community members and organizations to ensure that the assessment is informed by local knowledge and priorities. And I just want to reiterate that is that sometimes things show up as indicators or indices, and those are the very things that keeps a rural community growing economically and allows people to live there, have a school that employs teachers that their children can go to, that they don't have to ride 2 hours on a bus every day to go to school. So I think being sensitive to the community needs and concerns, which is what environmental justice is about, I think that's really important. And so Dr. Wilson mentioned previously having the feedback loop. And so having some sort of feedback loop for these screening tools is very important. And engaging those community members to be informed by those. So I think, I'm not quite sure how we would have a feedback loop in EJ Screen, but I think that's an important consideration.
So Kobe, you want to add something before we open it up for discussion.
Oh, no, I was just going back to Dr. Alion's comment about TurboTax. I really still like that approach, right? But no, I think the feedback loop. So if you go on what was just stated, if you have we talked about, let me slow down, interoperability across tools, right? But with the screening, okay, so you have the national screen, and then you have a secondary, tertiary screen. It allows you to have feedback loops at multiple levels. So you have a regional group of folks who are doing this work who provide feedback in the regional screen, and then you have at the local level you can do the same thing. So I think it's going to take more work, right? But this is it's the work that we have not done. And the good thing is we have groups who are doing this work on the ground every day who just need to be connected to the infrastructure. So I think you have a lot of EJ groups around the country. I don't have to name them all, who are doing work both in urban areas and also rural areas, right? And you have groups like CERCAP. I think you have ARC. Y'all know some of these groups, and those that have been already mentioned, Appalachian Commission. So you have infrastructure that can be engaged that's already trusted, so work with those trusted entities, work with those anchor institutions that are already in communities, and that will be a way to make sure you can build in a feedback loop. And that needs to be a requirement. We need to require that out of the school, require that out of the EPA. And now that the EPA has more staffing at the regional level, there should be more coordination between headquarters and the regions should be able to do more organization with those states and entities, community-based organizations who are doing that work on the ground, particularly those who are either building tools, using tools, or impacted by uses that will benefit from a tool where you don't have a tool. So those are comments we also I think we shared, Jay, in the other report too, and these are the types of comments, everybody, that discussions we've had on NEJAC as well. So I just wanted to just restate that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit more, Jay. I'll stop talking. Back to you.
Yeah, and also I think, thank you to the group members for your excellent responses and suggestions. But I just also want you to think about, and this is mainly for Tim and those contributing to category number 5. Think about the suggestions for which of the data sets and data sources you suggested are more suitable for question number 16, because you have a whole separate question devoted to that. So specific suggestions probably belong there, and more general ones, I think, are part of question number 14. But we're now open for discussion from the rest of the panel, starting with David Rojas.
Thank you. And I think the contributions from the panel members were fantastic. Just wanted to go back to this specific question. I think it's a benefit to have rural and urban options in the tool. As a screening tool, will be nice that the rural communities will be able to compare between each other. So the tool now displays a report that said, how do you compare with the rest of the US? But also, how do you compare with the rest of your state? So why not? How do you compare with your rest of the communities that they're classified, the land use is similar to you, that will be urban or rural? So that totally makes sense. As a screening tool, that will be adding a lot of value in the process. And how to represent rural communities, I think they have been already offered some data sets that help us to classify those lands. That can be the beginning of these assessments. There are also facilities or economic activities that have been suggested to be included in with special attention to rural communities, such as land, dams, or even oil and gas activities, military facilities, and now the carbon capture, utilization, sequestration facilities that will be now more and more available and distributed in the rural lands. I think will be an important portion of characterizing those kind of factors. But at the same time, we also need to think about not only risks, but also benefits. Things that the rural communities already have and will be lost for changes in the environment, like water bodies that they're already good, or even biodiversity levels that should be maintained. So this is something that we should be capturing, and in my wish list of the tool in the future. And one of the EPA staff mentioned last year that think bold and think like ambitious in the future, I wish the EJ screen will be providing a temporal scale, not only a geographical scale. And with this temporal scale, we'll be able to track the losses of that environmental assets in the urban and especially in the rural dimensions. So that will be in important ones. And there is another question that one panel mentioned about, well, how to deal with those infrastructure activities that probably they're only present in their rural, often the rural areas, like again, dams, as an example. If not all the geographies have that. So some suggestion to deal with those in the concept of zero as a value inside of the indicators. So in some cases, the option will be for those areas that they don't have a dam or military facility, you can, instead to add a zero, you can remove that from the index and then just capture the analysis for the remaining indicators of facilities that are there. So you don't add as a zero as a value in this. And this is something that we have not discussed it often. I have not have clarity. We have a specific recommendation how to deal with zeros in the presence of absence of facilities or exposures. So that will be an important conversation to have. Thank you.
Other panel members?
Yeah, I was going to say something back to what Dr. Wilson said yesterday about, or I don't know what day, but about the positive of some of these areas. And just as a personal note, I know as a birder, I live in rural, urban Cleveland, and I go to rural areas to find my birds. So I say this because there's a lot of positive metrics, positive sites, positive ways in which we could kind of highlight these communities, these rural communities, to kind of enhance the view that people have them, rather than a place of, resource extraction, that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of ways in which we need to focus on things like ecosystem services, which was mentioned yesterday. And I know that the USDA is really building out their ecosystem services work, and so is the USGS was just mentioned. So they're doing a lot of really good work on, the new way in which we have to merge and look at environment and economics, and not the old kind of, whatever term you want to use for the old way of measuring productivity and that kind of thing. That I think could actually put a spin on rural areas that would kind of lift up morale, rather than kind of frame them as these resource colonies or these agricultural hubs. So I don't know if there's a point to that, other than to say that a lot of what we're talking about, and probably will be talking about with data sets, is like negatives. And I think there's a lot of positives in these areas that need to be incorporated into this tool, so that we can kind of, show urban areas, that, you rely heavily on these communities. I'm thinking specifically of a book I read a long time ago called Beyond the Rangeland Conflict, which talked about basically supply and demand of resources. And urban areas need the rural areas for their resources, and yet, they tend to only go to those places or think about those places when disasters happen or when they need energy. So it's important to realize that we need those places for our well-being, especially in times like COVID. I think everyone realized how important rural areas are. So, yeah.
Adriana Zúñiga, along those lines, Ted, I'd like to add that exurbanization, or this phenomenon that we're seeing where wealthy people in urban areas purchase a big lot in rural areas and builds their weekend home, or I don't know, I mean, I don't see them as disadvantaged. So it's a little bit masked whether they are vulnerable or isolated, because it's kind of like a temporary and voluntary. So I'm not saying I know how to capture those phenomena. I just want to highlight them.
I think a possible metric that might capture that is rental, property rentals, because if you look at the area that I'm familiar with, if you look at rental, I'm very surprised to see that there's a lot of people that rent property in Western North Dakota because they are living there and working there, but they don't own the land. They don't own the land that is there. So that possibly might be a metric that could capture that. But that's an excellent point.
And we have Sokobi and then Tim.
Yeah,
think
some really
that's-
great points. When we're doing, look at the public health impacts of fracking in Maryland, we went to West Virginia, and one of the things about you just mentioned about the rentals, even the whole issue around fracking, like who owns the actual below ground, right? And how fracking over time, because the mining rights issue, right, was something I just wanted to just ping for me. And then the point about positives, again, back to my earlier point about, going to Todd's point and Matt's points about the platform. Should we, I use to talk about apples, oranges, oranges. Should we have like more of a pathogenic or negative index in a separate positive index, not even mix them together, but maybe not just toggling between, we talk about toggling to urban and rural, but maybe people could toggle between both. And this is an idea, because I like this conversation about, the positives about rural areas and really elevating that and doing the same thing for urban areas as well. Because I think we can end up otherizing, invisibilizing areas, right? Because of some of the bad things. And that's why a lot of folks don't like to be called the EJ community, because it has a negative connotation. So the language is important, but also these indicators are important. So we could have similar domains, but maybe domains for one with more of the negative stuff and in the same domains, but in another, the resiliency one or the healthy or the well-being index, right? We call it a well-being index or resiliency index or, loving life index, whatever y'all want to call it, but it has more positive indicators. And then I just want to, last point, I'll pass the mic back. Disasters were mentioned, and I don't think I mentioned it in my earlier comments, but just the experience with disasters in the rural areas, for whether it be NATEC, natural technological disasters, or more the man-made kind of climate disasters, making sure that we capture that from quantitative, the number, damage type, but also experientially, having more qualitative data from folks about disasters. We did some work on the train derailment and chlorine spill in Grenadville in 2005. It's the same company in Ohio, right? Same company, but it happened in 2005. And so folks are already dealing with medical infrastructure strain pre-disaster, right? It was like 8 people died from the chlorine spill, biggest chlorine spill in the history of the country. About 1,000 people exposed. But we did a lot of work to provide services to folks post-disaster. And then in this, even understand, I know this not maybe what's typically in the tool, but you just don't have the disaster itself, but you have the different stages of disaster. And is there a way, if you have a more regionally focused tool, that you can show those stages over time, the recovery and the post-recovery stage, and that means something different. And I think in the urban context, the suburban context, and also rural context. So I just think that type of, not necessarily granularity is not the right word, but understanding that continuum of disasters and be able to capture, have the right indicators related to that continuum. I think maybe it's not this tool per se, because I know we talk about it's a screening tool, but maybe there's some additional information that can go when people want to dig deeper, that adds value to understand what happens at more of a hyper local level or regional level with disasters. So back to you, Jay. Thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say, in terms of the trying to capture sort of that amenity migration thing, I think especially second homes, there's actually data the census has on among vacant homes. There's counts of homes that are dedicated to seasonal recreational purposes. And Jay's used this before in research, I have as well. But you'll see an area there. It definitely maps pretty well to what your on the ground understanding is of areas that are predominantly second home type environments. And so, yeah, you can do that with census data actually reasonably well.
Any other comments? Go ahead,
Naomi Yoder. There was a suggestion earlier to use home ownership rates, excuse me, as a component of or an indicator for income somewhere. So it does seem like that's this could be applicable to rural areas as well. So home ownership versus rentals, and as Dr. Tim just said, something about rentals for or second homes or rentals for recreation, kind of non-permanent residents that rent out a property. So I guess I think that should be reconsidered again or lifted up again as a potential addition.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reginald Archer, in thinking about this question, I want to know, or the way I think about the question about the calculations and whether there can be a way to have fuller representation. Obviously, that assumes that currently there isn't, or there's a difference in the representation. I think it goes back to what we were discussing yesterday in terms of the percentiles in those calculations and whether that captures either the lack of data or the small sample size or one of those factors. And so if that's the case, then, and we're talking about different data sets that we can include. So are there data sets that can fill in those gaps? One, but we have to identify what those gaps are, I think, in order to really answer this question in my mind. And and so what is being represented or not represented that needs to be represented in terms of whatever the current calculations are and those percentiles that show up? If there is something that is not being represented, or there's a gap, something that's not being fully represented as the question, the challenge question asks, then I think we need to identify those gaps to really understand these are the data sets that can either help fill in those gaps, or we need to look at the percentile calculation to see if that is the right type of calculation.
Hi, this is Quinn Carr. Yeah, a lot of great comments and thoughts around all this. I appreciate that. And one part I was curious about is more clarity on the medically underserved indicator in the tool. I don't see a lot of clarity in the technical documentation on what that is. And maybe it's not even the best data to use for that, and could consider like health insurance coverage, or just something to better capture what's going on with people having medical services and needs. Thanks.
I would agree. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand. This is Ann. I would agree that medically underserved is unclear in the technical documentation, and it doesn't really make sense for what we know on the ground. A better data set to include for that, and not necessarily in the calculation, but somehow or another in there. And I don't have it up right now, but healthcare professional shortage area. And that is just primary care physicians. That does not, and I do believe that there are other nationally consistent data sets that also indicate, is it dental, primary care physician, mental health professionals. I think those are the three main categories for healthcare professional shortage areas. And so those are indicated, I believe, in the, I can't remember what the name of the tool is, but the social and vulnerability index, I think is what it is. I see some heads nodding. So that's a potential resource to add as like an extra data layer and further research to see how that could be incorporated into a rural calculation.
Okay, so we're officially past the 45-minute mark But it's okay. But in the interest of moving things forward, let me bring it back to where we started with, part A of question 14, in terms of whether or not EJ Screen should incorporate different levels of comparison calculations for rural versus urban. So do we have the consensus on the answer being yes, no, or it's complicated?
I mean, I think that, one thing to acknowledge, I agree with what Ted said about like thinking about it as a binary is not the best idea, and that there are other data sources out there. There are like the rural urban commuting area codes they're not a binary. I think there's like a 10, it's actually a continuum. They're continuum codes. And so I do think there are existing definitions and data sets that can be used to stratify block groups such that we can, and I think this comes back to, I liked a few of the things on it because I do think this is possible. This is my own perspective. I'm not saying we have consensus. I do think it's possible to do this. And I did appreciate, I think it was David who was talking about like, being able to stratify is a very good thing. Maybe somehow adjusting the index calculations to remove like basically indicators that are inapplicable, to certain contexts and for the purposes of calculations and certain strata. So anyway, I think it's possible. That's my own take. I didn't get a clear sense of consensus though.
Okay, so we can agree to disagree as well, right?
I don't know. I think, I think it's important.
Okay. And for the second part, I know Sakobi Wilson has mentioned this already. I also strongly suggest just revisiting the IEC Advancing EJ Screen report, at least for part B. There are excellent recommendations, I think, made by Ryan Hollifield and Kyle White, right? Who made some excellent suggestions, I think, that are relevant to part B of question 14. So that would be, which overlaps with some of the comments already made. But yeah, just wanted to remind you about that. Okay, I think we are all set now to move on to charge question number 15, Tim.
So currently, there's not a definition of rural communities in EJ Screen. To implement different calculations for rural and urban communities, EJ Screen will need to start by defining this term. What is an appropriate and scientifically defensible definition of rural communities for use in an EJ Screen context? And again, I think we can start and just go through the panelists in this group. I believe Anne's the first on the list for this. I don't know if you had comments on this specific question.
Thank you, Tim. This is Anne. In my written comments, I've not found a scientifically defensible definition of rural. I'd like to restate that and say maybe a standard definition of rural, because Naomi pointed out and others have pointed out is that there is a continuum of different agencies do that. Looking at the geographies that I know in the Dakotas and northern Minnesota, I think that the rural urban commuting codes or the frontier and remote area codes, the RUCA and the FAR codes, offer a potential for indicators of ruralness. And I really like the idea of a continuum because it's not a clear-cut distinction sometimes between those two areas. So those are just two different things. Possibly testing. One of my recommendations would be is to test the robustness of the model to see how those different definitions play out with different communities, and then get comments from the states to say, okay, does this make sense? Does this work for those areas? Those are the only comments I have.
Adriana Zúñiga, I also provided an attempt to define rural areas, I based my thoughts on the U.S. Census Bureau definition of rural, that it's very, very clear. It's what is not urban, which it doesn't help a lot. But anyway, I do concur on a gradient, that it's not binary, as was mentioned before, because it can also capture different levels of development and proximity and everything we've been talking about. So my attempted definition would be rural areas that are located outside urban or suburban areas, located in close proximity to agricultural, natural resource dependent regions with a low population density, maybe adding a threshold, but it would depend on case by case. But my point would be with limited access to critical infrastructure like sanitation, drinking water, paved roads, electricity, internet, and services like healthcare, transportation, education, food, social services, legal services, etc., and that struggle with economic and social isolation and limited job opportunities. Thanks.
Ted Auk, I, as I said earlier, I think it's a land use question. And I think about the level of the granularity of the data that we're trying to deal with. As Matt said yesterday, or maybe the day before, what differentiates this tool is that it's at the block level. And then, that is really fantastic. So I'm thinking, like, how do we match or beat that level of granularity in defining this question? And we match it, I think, by a land use model that gives us that gradient, that gives us a lot of versatility to work with. And also, when I think about how often this data is updated, if you look at the U.S. Forest Service, their amazing satellite work is updating this stuff, like, I think twice a year maybe. But anyway, my point is I think that if we'd rather be more granular and be able to scale up than less granular and have to scale down. And then we have access to data that can do that for us in real time, which we can plug into this model. So that's my point, is it's a land use question.
Naomi Yoder, I wanted to offer the CDC rural health codes, and it's like a 6 category classification scheme, and I think so. It's based on metropolitanism. And it's again tied to the county. So I feel like having a county, code that then triggers a kind of a different calculation. I would even think about like a per capita instead of a percentage of population type of an analysis could be appropriate especially for rural counties, and so anything that's kind of not the metro area, not the metro county would qualify for that. The other thing that I was thinking about was since there's no standard definition of rurality, if we look at what we want the outcome to be, what we want to focus on as outcome, then that could be the guide for which definitions of which continuum of rurality that we would use or recommend. And so in my opinion, that would be either people of color or public health. And it, I guess I would want both, but I would sort of weight towards people of color so that we're capturing the most, that's the first outcome that we're capturing in rural areas.
Marjorie Leon, I don't know if I'm jumping in ahead of somebody. I think Yeah, I understand the concept of land use and think that's an important part. But I think population numbers have to also be included somewhere in the definition. And then in some ways, to me, it should be, even though the databases, as I mentioned, I think the whole concept of nationally consistent is problematic. I think for the definition of rural, it should be nationally consistent definition of rural, so that although there may be a lot of social factors that impact different rural areas differently, and those could be different indicators, that the basic definition, whether it's county or a gradation of population, that should be used across the US. And I do know the complications because getting back a little bit to the data sets that are being used, if those data sets do have to be more consistent, then the definition is more difficult in some ways. It's going to exclude a lot of it. In other words, it gets more problematic to select indicators that are more regionally important. So I think I appreciate all the comments and all the different suggestions. And in some ways, maybe the outcome and the intent of EJ Screen would be realized by using a few of these different definitions. And that gets back to actually testing it. They may not have such a difference, and maybe it's not so critical to define it so specifically, define rural population so specifically.
I'm hearing the discussion of rural versus urban, and then we're talking about the definition, and I'm just sort of taking the next step and trying to understand how that would really translate into a different EJ Screen output. And I think mostly what I'm hearing is that we're missing indicators, and I agree with this, that represent rural communities. We're just missing those things. And the way EJ Screen is just set up, we have different indicators, and we talked about buckets, but we also talked about individual indicators as well. I think I'm just trying to understand, like, what would be the difference? Like, I think if you have a list of indicators and you add those indicators in, whatever they are, we can have a whole list. You're always free to sort of look at that indicator and see how that affects a specific community. And, like density of oil and gas wells is going to look worse in a rural community, and it's not going to look worse in an urban community. Access to healthcare, that could actually, or resource allocation or resource access actually could be another whole bucket, which is probably going to score worse in rural communities than urban communities. I'm just picking out random examples here, but I guess I completely see the value of adding in more indicators that address rural communities, but I'm just trying to understand how that's going to look differently in we're not really scoring. We're just looking at percentiles of different indicators for EJ Screen right now. So, and I guess on top of that, adding in all these indicators makes, I think, an argument against this cumulative score really not a great idea, because there's the problems in rural communities and urban communities are so different. They're going to end up washing out each other in some instances, and you'll really miss the important drivers in specific communities.
Reginald Archer. First, I find this charge question, the previous charge question, are interesting because one is asking about definition while the other is asking about distinguishing between the two, and so kind of chicken and egg thing. Kind of need both, but in going back to some of the data, so when we're talking about all these different indicators, we know that from the environmental issue side. That's sort of, for me, that's sort of the baseline. There's these environmental issues. And then we have the socioeconomic and demographic factors that we're including to determine either the vulnerability or the capacity to cope. And so, those may balance each other out and make it easier for a community to deal with the impacts of a potential environmental issue. So if those are the factors that are being considered in EJ Screen to identify communities that have whatever higher percentile versus other communities around the country, then I think we really need to be, cognizant of that and careful of how we, determine what these indicators are really telling us, right? So if, we talk about whether something is positive or negative, well, here you have a capacity to cope versus a vulnerability. or exposure, and how do we define what this exposure is? If it's a distance calculation or something else, or infrastructure. If you're surrounded by a roof and four walls versus homeless, then exposure is different. And so I think if going back to the sort of simplifying the tool in terms of the environmental factor and then the socioeconomic and the demographic factor as the basis for EJ Screen, they really have to make sure that the indicators are bringing us those. And so going back to what Ari mentioned in terms of, does the rural definition or urban definition or anything in between, wildland urban interface or whatever we might think of, does that impact those factors being different or recognized differently or evaluated differently? And they might. I don't know. I haven't done the calculations, but if they're not, then I think the definition of rural versus urban may be something that can be a supplemental, if you will, or a different type of indicator. But I think that's something that we have to consider. If those are the baseline factors that we're exploring, then how does each indicator then contribute to or take away from that particular factor?
Yeah, so as Ashish Sharma here, wearing my climate scientist lens hat. Urbanization itself as a concept has been very difficult in the climate community as well. Just to understand what's the control volume of an urban area for us. Like, is it just the core urban area? How do we account for urban fringes? And how do we account for nearby rural areas on which urban areas are highly dependent, and there's a lot of exchange of resources and energy going on. So talking from with respect to environmental lens, I think our community is also struggling to identify how or what urban boundaries are and how should we define in our domain so that we can capture those processes on environmental flows much more better and account for those processes. So I just wanted to point this out, that this is a gap that we in our community as well, we are struggling with. And geographers define urban rural boundaries differently. Different types of geographers define it differently. Social scientists might define it differently. And this is a big open question that our community is also struggling with. So any insights here, how we define would also help us. Thank you.
One of the factors that we do include, the Reginald Archer again, is I think there's a traffic factor that may also capture some of the rural urban issues.
Yes, this is Tim Collins again. I believe, that's the rural urban commuting area codes are based on census responses, like regarding commuting patterns. And so that is a fundamental part of the code structure.
So my thoughts are sort of developing over time here, but I guess with adding in all of these indicators, I'm sort of seeing this, and this is a screening tool, and I think, as stated at the beginning, it's a way to sort of ask questions and have a starting place. It's almost, if we add in all these indicators, you can really just like build like a community. It's like a tool for building a community profile in a way of all of the different factors that can go into understanding environmental justice concerns and, cumulative impacts, like in a very general sense. But, if you're looking at a community, you can maybe be checking off, it's 90% in the agricultural with, pesticides issues perhaps, or, but it has a lot of green space, but it doesn't have access to healthcare. And you can really put all these things together, and then you really are balancing kind of the positives and negatives in a given, I guess, block group or census tract, whatever information we're going to be used to populate that profile. And it helps to know, I guess, the percentile where that community falls on all those things. But, it's going to, I think, to Sakobi's point, sort of point out the positives and the negatives in that community if you kind of pull it all together rather than disaggregating. I'm sort of really focusing on sort of really disaggregating things maybe as much as possible and just allowing people to have all the flexibility to see all of the issues that are both positive and negative in that community.
This is Michael Schmelz. One thing I think about that this sort of brings to light is what we've been talking about in terms of comparisons, right, with either rural to rural or urban to rural, about how EJ Screen now is you compare at the national or the state level. But really what it sounds like is people really want to compare to just even block group level. And I think that gets to the point of these definitions is when they're put into the tool, I think, technologically, the tool is trying to compare two things together and to get these percentiles. And having these definitions is obviously helping that to occur. But I'm just trying to think, how is this implemented by either having a strict definition or having a gradient definition? And really, are you comparing all rural areas, or if the user really just wants to compare, the block group, 2 block groups away, probably. I think, in my mind, from the work that I do, communities that I work with want to compare to the other community sort of down the street. And that's how they want to use a tool sometimes. I don't think they want to compare themselves to the national level at times. So I'm just sort of wondering how that gets implemented with these definitions, if it's the tool is really comparator.
We have David Rojas first and then Sukobi.
Thank you. Going back to the question number 15, I think team has often offered a suggestion of which kind of definition can be used for data sets on a national scale. And there are also other panel members that have suggested that land use could be another way. And I think these are 2 excellent options that the EJ Screen can start from. And if you have 10 different categories and a gradient, what you can, as a user, compare to this geography that is similar to you. I don't think it's a complicated thing to implement or even to use. If you have the interface, the appropriate interface. If you want to add a threshold, you can make a threshold in these 10 categories, or wherever are the number of categories to compare rural versus rural in the geographies. So I think, again, I support the idea to add rural and urban definitions. Is feasible. There's options for the EJ Screen to start and should be easy to implement. And the idea, and going back to the most recent comment from the panel, I think the tool already offers the possibility to draw a line and a polygon to compare with the similar geography. So that is just an additional option. But I think offer that possibility that say that you can compare with the US, with the state or the rural area or the urban area that is similar to you. I think this is something that can be built in this kind of tool very easy without the need to the user to make some clicks in the interface. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Sukobi. No, this great. This is where I think the conversation has been again in other conversations I've had with NEJAC, what we're talking about now. And I think this is really important part of the conversation. And also getting the larger point about thinking big and how the tool can be, evolve. So if you get to the issue of whether in the urban community or rural community, the fence line, like you're right, folks want to look at what's happening, block groups down the road, because if you think from an environmental racism perspective, right, you got communities in rural areas who may be in a census tract, wouldn't say that there's some larger block groups, right, where you have the primary Black part of the community, because you think about the history of, Black settlement post-slavery in this country, maybe 80% Black, but that census tract Black group is maybe 20% Black, right? And then all the environmental hazards are dumped in that primary Black community, And you got examples of that across the deep South, right? What you call it, across the railroad tracks. One side of road tracks where Black folks live, they have these hazards. The other side of railroad tracks where the more white community lives, they don't have the hazards. That is a very hyper local analysis that needs to happen that may not be as possible right now in EJ Screen, right? So being able to compare to, capturing using a buffer approach, right? I mean, you can do that with a buffer right now on EJ Screen, but more granularity in capturing what's happening at that, in nearby block groups for that particular block group. So that fence line piece, right? So I think being able to have, as already stated, being able to toggle between and doing these comparisons, I think would be powerful. And another point I want to make, and this is points about not necessarily the rural urban definition, but I think because you got definition delineation. So I think we're talking about both definition delineation as original stated, but the investments of dollars. I'm not sure we framed it that way. And I think I said it yesterday around Justice 40, but the investments of federal dollars into communities as an indicator, I'm not sure is a positive, negative, or maybe it could be more of a positive indicator, right? So just to bring more positivity, strengths-based, assets-based pieces in here. And also social programs, the use of social programs, that could be another way to get at population vulnerability, or is not population vulnerability, maybe it's resiliency, right? So I think we need to figure those things out. But I do think that investments of dollars and from federal funding and not just federal funding, also state dollars, state revolving fund dollars. For some of you familiar with those, there's some challenges or consternation, I might find the right word, about how those dollars there's inequities in how those funds are allocated. And so the allocation of federal dollars, the allocation of state dollars in both urban and rural contexts, I think tracking those dollars, and I believe Ty and Matt are doing that through EPA EJ Screen. Maybe there's a tool in progress. That's something to think about. And then there's my last point to pass the mic back. I really do think we need to have a platform again where we have sub-tools which will allow folks to do these things at the region level, to look at urban versus rural, and just the multifunctionality. I think needs to be something we bring into EJ Screen, so folks can basically pick and choose what they want to do.
Yeah, before I we hear from Ted, just a quick response to your comments, Jacoby. And it's interesting that you mentioned investments and tracking progress, because CGS tool is part of that, but I think there's a new tool in development called Environmental Justice Scorecard, specifically for tracking progress towards achieving justice, right, based on investments that have already been made. So that's something that will come out hopefully later this year. And I think there'll be a new White House Office of EJ that will be in charge of doing that. But
that's the executive order the president signed 2 weeks ago. The new, as part of that order, this new White House office, also this new scorecard. And then also, so just a quick point, I pass it back, is to track investments, but also, as I've always said on NEJAC, I've said it before in the last couple of days, ROI. Where's the return on investment? That's been one of my major soapboxes, everyone on my EJ Screen soapbox on NEJAC. ROI, the economic, social, health, and environmental ecological benefits. So that to me is also thinking big and innovating this tool, the ROI and those benefits. That gets to the issue of distributional justice. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, and that can definitely be a long-term recommendation. But yeah, Ted, you've been waiting.
Yeah, I was just going to say something about the block groups, comparing block groups to block groups, and what Jacoby said. There's another factor. I don't know if it's a data set or data point or what it is, but something that needs to be pointed out is that a couple of examples I've seen in Texas and in Detroit are of which communities get bought out and at what value their homes are. What communities get bought out when a company expands or does whatever it does. Marathon in Detroit is an example. Chenier and Corpus Christi is another example. Those examples exist all over the place, and then you see the census block or the neighborhood that is hollowed out, and that could be because they all got bought out, but yet the next neighborhood, which is predominantly community of color, doesn't get bought out, and they're forced to stay and they're bled out. So I mean, that's a really important thing when we think about comparing these block groups.
But fundamentally, we'll have Ashish Sharma here. We'll have to, if we have to demarcate urban and rural areas, I was Googling, and USDA has this Economic Research Service census track. And they have not just defined urban and rural, they have defined urban areas and rural areas with metros. I think at least that kind of classification could be helpful, especially because, okay, we can come up with our own classification, but I think there should be an interagency similar thinking of how do we define these areas so that people don't get confused. So at least some uniformity, if we can have, I think that would be helpful if we really want to demarcate boundaries to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely, I'm just trying to recap our collective response to the question. We heard about, RUCA codes and then the FAR codes, the National Land Cover Database, and, and that can be added to the list. I'm not sure if you can agree on which is the best one, is the most appropriate for this question, but definitely maybe, I don't know, rank them in some way, but I'll leave that to Tim and his colleagues.
Okay. Are there other?
Yeah, just a quick comment on, I was thinking of comparing communities with their neighboring communities. And I remember a class on spatial analysis, and I may be off, but I'll leave to my more mathematically knowledge peers to pitch in. But there's this study of autocorrelation where you compare pixels with their neighboring pixels and probabilities that they are the same. So in this statistical analysis, you would identify when this is not the case. So I'm wondering of extrapolating that methodology, comparing communities with their neighboring communities, which in theory, they should experience the same stressors and the same hazards. And yet, if we don't see that autocorrelation happening, then I think we can say that they were not bought out, or there is some racism involved, or an environmental justice issue. Yeah, thanks.
Any other comments or recommendations for question number 15 before we close discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Naomi.
Naomi Yoder. I would also like to add to the list to be evaluated the CDC codes.
Okay, so that concludes our discussion on charge question number 15. And we can now move on to the last and final charge question on our list, Tim, with number 16.
Sorry. What available nationally consistent environmental data sets could be used to identify vulnerable rural communities overburdened by pollution? And I think we can go in the order that's in the documentation here, which would be, let me see. Marjorie.
Thanks, Tim. Marjorie Elion. There's sort of been some discussion about this question already, so I would just reiterate it. And it does say rural communities. So again, the USDA has the Economic Research Service that provides a lot of information, the U.S. Geological Survey on the environmental side only, because USGS clearly doesn't really serve any of the socioeconomic types of indicators. And then I think we should also be a little bit careful with some of the databases, even that are already provided, like hospitals, access to hospitals, because then there should be an evaluation access. Having a hospital located in close proximity doesn't mean you have the capacity to use the services, because if you don't have obviously the income to support yourself. So thinking on there's the environmental side, but then on the socioeconomic side, what kind of other economic databases that would provide more capacity, economic capacity to even use services. And some of those have been mentioned by others, so I won't reiterate that.
Anne?
Yeah, there's, Tim, you have a nice list of possible data sources. It was mentioned previously, I don't recall who, but something about looking at per capita number of regulated facilities, treatment, storage, disposal facilities, Superfund sites, and Title V permits potentially. Those are some possible things. Looking at nationally consistent data sets, APHOs and CAFOs were mentioned, animal feeding operations, confined animal feeding operations. One of the number one complaints that people tend to have about those is odor or potential groundwater contamination, neither of which is regulated federally. And not also by some states. So depending on the states on how their rules are relating to waters of the state, there might be a mishmash of rules. And so that is going to be a problematic data set. There are some data sets. There is some information on feedlots on EPA's website. But in looking at that, there's a list of NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination CAFO permits by state, but that can be misleading because there's a lot of states that it says there's 0, but that may mean that the state has primacy for permitting those. So that's going to be a little bit problematic. And there I think can lead into Ted's suggestion of using land use, the National Land Cover data set. And not all animal feeding operations need a permit. So that's another consideration. Private water wells are not regulated in many states, but you could put a positive light on that and look at safe drinking water communities, source water protection communities, which the CIDWIS data system is a publicly available and nationally consistent data set. And the National Ag Statistics Program, chemical use, that's a potential source. One other thing, and Marjorie mentioned, is looking at USGS data. But one thing, when you look at environmental considerations, radon is one thing that is an environmental hazard. EPA has radon zone maps that is nationally consistent. It's at the county level, however, but it's good for the nation. But that is a big health impact, and then it also potentially is an environmental justice issue. Is that if and then it looks into home ownership. If you rent from a home, you may not have the ability to put in a mitigation system for radon. So that, I'm not quite sure how that calculation could be added in there, but that is something to consider. Maybe just adding the radon zones, environmental stressor, maybe. One thing also too I want to bring up is careful in the language about talking about pollution and the realities of the economy in rural America. And this was already kind of brought up, is that the economy of rural America is the farming and the ranching and the energy or the potential extractive industries. So while animal feeding operations may be a legitimate environmental justice concern, they're sometimes regulated at a local zoning level or not regulated at a local zoning level. And so people that live in the rural economies, they want to have the clean air and clean land. And so I think being careful about the language, about how we communicate that. And so making sure that it's in a positive light. So there's the state maybe permits the animal feeding operations, although there's been cases recently in other states where the state supposedly regulates it, but there's a civil rights lawsuit that's happening. So that's just some considerations that I've been thinking of for additional data sets.
This is Adriana Zuniga. I think I will just add some data sets for climate change related hazards like floods, wildfires, and droughts, and all that, extreme heat, flooding. ESRI climate mapping for resilience and adaptation offers some data sets, and I provided the link. But I think rural areas are devastated sometimes by these hazards, and it's good to bring them to the table. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, this is Quinkar. Yeah, I think kind of thinking about the interplay of economics and agriculture when I think about environmental justice is really a good topic that tools like this should definitely consider. And I think part of me is wondering, like, is there space in like the technical documentation or in a, like a policy guidance version of this tool to talk about like, you can have agricultural practices, but there are also ways to like have organic farming or to, minimize use to pesticides and herbicides. And kind of like thinking about that where you can have economic activity, but done in a sustainable manner. So I think those conversations will hopefully be started by tools like this. And I think it's really important. And kind of thinking about, assets and positive things with tools like this. Maybe we highlight organic farming in the US, the USDA should have something around that, I would hope. So yeah, just kind of wrapping my head around that a little bit, but just wanted to add that. Thanks.
So Kobe.
Yeah, again, great comments. Every time y'all say something, I forget. I remember I was going to say something else, and then you're positive, like, oh, thank you for saying that. So in the EJ Ag space, and just want to key in on that for a second. We talked about. I'm going to talk about subsidies. I know this is maybe not a what do we mean by subsidies? Who's getting subsidies and mapping where subsidies are going? I think whether the ag or not ag related, we haven't used that term yet. We talked about investments. So subsidies, and then you can talk about subsidies from a standpoint, are small farmers getting subsidies, or is the big corporate integrators getting subsidies? Are small businesses getting subsidies, or the big corporations getting the subsidies, right? But I think being able to track, again, back to the money perspective, tax benefits, tax incremental TIFs, opportunity zone nonsense under a prior administration, I'll say that. Being able to track that type of stuff, I think is important in that investment discussion I was having before. But on the ag side, we've been talking a lot about, how do you support true family farmers? So organic farming, sustainable agriculture, what does that mean? And then we can have indicators related to that, and regenerative agriculture, which is important from economic health for urban agriculture communities, but also from a climate change perspective. We're talking about getting, reducing emissions, but what about getting carbon removal, carbon we currently have? So I just want to say that. So subsidies, sustainable ag, regenerative ag will be really important. On the positive side, for subsidies for investing in small farmers, for example, in small businesses, and also regenerative sustainable ag, just in general as a counter to the corporate ag. One of the things I didn't say earlier, and not sure if we have, is not a national representative data set, but we talk about land use, land cover, and I have more in my list in the document. But zoning, I know we can't get zoning data nationally, but maybe if we're thinking about regional counter tools, if it's an opportunity for the regional offices to work with their states, zoning is hard. Yeah. But to me, zoning is about zoning, y'all. Yeah. Environmental injustice is really, in many ways, about zoning. Zoning has been weaponized against certain populations, right? From the first city in the country that had racism-based zoning was Baltimore. They got it out, but it's still baked into the fabric of Baltimore, right? So that's the point. And then last couple of points, and I didn't say this yesterday, I just say it now. We talked about non-attainment versus attainment zones. We talked about Title V permits. What about the number of permits, expired permits, the fines, if they've received fines, the history of being fined, right? And also SCP, supplemental environmental projects. We're talking about bringing some of that type of data into our Maryland EJ screen, MDE, the Maryland Department of Environment is building its own tool out where it's bringing that data in as well. So some of that type of data will be useful. I'm not sure anybody brought it up in previous discussions. I just wanted to say it now. Okay, back to you, Jay. Thank you.
First off, on zoning, yeah, that's where the rubber meets the road. I know in Ohio, we have a bill that was just passed, HB 364, which makes it easier to permit and expand hazardous waste incinerators. So I'm very sensitive to that and what that means. So it's a great point there. I'd like to reiterate the need for Title V permits. I'm working with some folks in West Virginia because Title Vs are the ones that are really concerning to them. So there's a need for that. I mean, I'm also cognizant of what Ari was saying about the buckets and all of this data. And do we just add it for the sake of adding it? And what do we take out? So I don't want to burden anyone with that, but I just wanted to mention a couple. One is there's some really good work being done on methane and methane monitoring, methane mapping. It's critical in rural areas. If there is a climate change gas that most disproportionately affects rural areas, but affects us all as a result, it's methane. And there's some amazing, everyone knows about it probably right now that's in this room, but amazing methane monitoring, satellite imagery and that kind of thing that's going on right now in real time, which could be plugged into this thing really easily. Algal blooms, which I don't know if there's a nationally consistent data set, but I know that phosphorus is a big deal in rural areas, especially getting back to the point about industrial agriculture. The tool has PM 2.5, which is fantastic, but I was wondering, and I mentioned this to Matt yesterday, off the record is like, I know that this comes from that inventory of air monitors, and I would love to put on the record that PM1 is something that needs to be measured if it isn't already in some of these 4,000 monitors that they have arrayed, if we could at least advocate for that, because PM1, when it comes to silica dust and some of the mining stuff, is super critical. I'm trying to think what I had a bunch here. What Sokobi said earlier about wood pellets and biomass and some of that stuff. When you think about where that stuff is being cited, it's being cited in poor brown communities in the Southeast. So that's a huge EJ issue, which needs to be incorporated into this. And it's not covered in the EPA. A lot of them aren't covered in the EPA sites that are mentioned that are listed in the tool. Some others that I was thinking about, pipelines, which was mentioned already, but I think it's important to differentiate between what FERC permits and what the Public Utility Commission's permit, because those are two entirely different processes and they roll out with similarly rubber stamped results, unfortunately. But the point is that if we're looking at pipelines, there's a whole network of pipelines that's actually intrastate, which doesn't get captured when we look at FERC permitted pipelines. And they are really, when you think about it, in rural areas, they're the ones that are having the most impact on the landscape. So pipelines is huge. And then to my point that I've been making multiple times, the need for oil and gas wells and compressor stations, processing plants, plastics plants, all of this stuff. If we're not going to include it because it's not nationally consistent, I mean, that's not fine with me. But if that's what's going to happen, I think it needs to be explicitly mentioned in the technical documents why energy infrastructure X, Y, and Z is not going to be included, because it comes up all the time. So it's fine, but you have to defend it and say why you're not doing it, and not say because it's nationally consistent, because you have to specifically talk about why this part of rural America is not being represented in this tool. So I think that's really key. And then also landfills, hazardous waste incinerators are really key, and they're not in there right now. So yeah, those are the list goes on and on, but that's just some of them. So thanks.
Yeah, Ashish Sharma here. I'm a little bit confused by the question itself. I'd like to get some clarity what environmental data means for all of you. So for me, it could mean chemical composition as well as meteorology and other variables and climate scales as well. So first, I think if we have some clarity on what the question itself means, if it is chemical composition, and if the EJ Screen team is thinking of revising or providing update every year, then the question also comes up, okay, what kind of temporal resolutions of data are we looking at? Are we looking at, because the data will go in the tool, are we looking at historical 30 years average? Are we looking at future data sets? Or if we are trying to update every year, should we look for the data sets which are for the last year, national consistent data sets for the last year? So that we can track our progress of how environmental justice is being changed as we move progress and other aspects. So, and also, are we making daily averages, or how are we putting the data? So I think if we have a conversation along those lines, I think it will at least provide some clarity, and then we can talk about, okay, what all data sets can we bring in, localized data sets or point source data sets or spatially consistent data sets as well. So there are different aspects to this question, which is very open-ended, and I think we need clarity on that.
This is Anne. From my perspective, I look at it as, what does EPA have control over? What's in their wheelhouse? What is provided by the states to EPA as part of primacy agreements? That's possibly the lowest hanging fruit to do. And so look at what data sets that are not included currently in EJ Screen that EPA has from the states that possibly could be included. So that's how I look at it. And it might be a very narrow window. Like you can't regulate, well, there is radon levels, but it's a geologically naturally occurring thing. But yet there's a whole radon website for EPA. So that is something that could be included. Title V permits is something that is regulated. So that could be included. So that's kind of a narrow, low-hanging fruit, possibly, that you could look at it. And I know that there's other things. And so we talked about other jurisdictions, USDA data. I agree, USDA needs to possibly be brought into this conversation. But that might be a way to categorize how we think about this, and then what is easier and not so easy to do with incorporating it into EJ Screen is what is in EPA's wheelhouse to do.
Yeah, just
and to follow up on that, what can be done in the short term versus long term, because that's how you're classifying our recommendations.
Yeah, so short term and long term, and also with respect to each versions or you release a new data set or new version of EJ Screen. I think then we think about, are the data sets historically averaged? Because then it will not make any sense, right? We will not be able to judge what the progress of EJ Screen, and are the EJ communities shrinking or they are moving around? So to make that distinction, I think that's one of the motivation. One of the best ways, I think, is we look at just the last year's portfolio or the spatial maps and how is it yearly changing, rather than having long-term 30 years maps and then seeing, okay, there's no shift happening. So it defeats the purpose.
This is Michael Schmeltz. In thinking about rural communities, and this may be a little bit of a stretch, but thinking about, a lot of the time, migrant workers were brought up, farm workers were brought up, and, although there are not many OSHA violations, there isn't something like an extreme heat standard nationally, but some states do have it. This is a way of sort of potentially classifying environmental conditions that are harming workers potentially. And, that data is all publicly available at the national level through OSHA. But again, very few, I would say, at this point in time. But again, that may be something to look at in the future to try to look at this population in particular.
Just a quick comment on the comments about tracking improvements over time, which is a very worthy goal and something that I think should be done in a tool. But I don't think EJ Screen is the best place to do it because of the percentile issue, which we've all looked at. So something's always going to be, it's 99th percentile, even if there's improvement with everyone over time. So it's something to do. And we talked about, tying maybe some of the percentiles to raw data, but so I think it should be done, but probably using the percentile function that we have now is probably not the best way to do that, to see what's really going on.
David Kaniski. Thinking about the charge question, and I think the spirit of the question is whether or not the current indicators have sort of an urban bias, or they're, I guess, put a different way, if there are other indicators we could include to better reflect EJ issues in rural communities. And I think a lot of the suggestions in the written comments are quite good. And I think, at least to my knowledge, there are nationally consistent data sets that we could rely upon. I think, as has been mentioned, Title V and NIPTES permits would be facilities would be a useful thing to incorporate. It'd be very easy to do. I think there's already geographically, for the geographic identifiers for those facilities. I think more as to whether or not those should be sort of mapped on as proximity to those facilities or counts. Not exactly sure, but we could think about that, I think. I also think, CAFOs, energy extraction sites, pesticides, if the challenge is that these are not available, these pesticides at the block group level or even the track level, I think that's maybe okay. And maybe where we need to have a little bit of loosening of the requirements on the tool is utilizing county data if that's what's available for some of these items, in part to just recognize there's a trade-off between inclusiveness and representation and the sort of the resolution of the data. But maybe that's one we could have the EPA think more about. The other thing I wanted to say, just come back a little bit, Anne, to some of your comments about primacy. I don't actually think that's necessarily relevant. I think we often mistake what primacy is, right? Primacy gives states the authority to be sort of the implementer of major pollution control laws, but it is not EPA sort of granting free license to do what you will with those facilities. EPA still maintains responsibility. These facilities are still tracked by EPA. Yes, the data come through the states, but CAFOs, they should be all, if they're NIPTES permits, they should all be tracked in EPA systems. So I think just want to sort of get on the record, I think who's responsible for regulating these facilities as a first cut is not necessarily relevant for where the risks are, and we should not sort of have that as be a parameter of distinction for the EJ screen tool. Thanks.
Thank you for that. If I can just clarify, it was more of a thinking about where the data comes from and how the data is sourced. So like consideration of the data flows. But yes, I agree. It's a co-regulation for those facilities.
Can I just say something about primacy, which is that as an example, in Ohio versus Pennsylvania, Ohio has primacy over our class 2 waste disposal wells. Pennsylvania does not. In the last 2 years, we've had 24 permitted class 2 injection wells in the state of Ohio and 3 in Pennsylvania. So I think primacy is probably not, I still think it's really concerning because it has resulted in the state where I live in this kind of, I don't know what adjectives to use for it, but a very, rubber stamped way in which things are permitted, specifically these injection wells. And it's resulted in this disproportionate environmental justice burden being put on Ohioans versus Pennsylvania, as an example, as the oil and gas boom is kind of ramped up. So I just want to mention that primacy to me is a huge deal when it comes to that specific topic.
Reginald Archer, again, I'm going to maybe shift a little bit. Just going back to the question, I appreciate the question that she's brought up around environmental data. Of course, we could think of this environmental, we could think of the social environment, the built environment, the natural environment, and the intersection of these. But I think for what we've been talking about in terms of various data sets that could be helpful, seems like those are very helpful for EPA. But as a member of a community who might want to come to EJ Screen and see if there are burdens, typically in communities that are community members that I've worked with, that may have an indication that there might be an issue in their neighborhood and hadn't really thought about it before, might come to EJ Screen to get some evidence that there may be an issue that they should be paying attention to, that they should bring to their community organizations or to their local governments or what have you. And so when we think about where the gaps are in the data, I think nationally consistent data is important. That means the data is collected in a way that is consistent across the board at whatever intervals, at whatever geographic scale. Actually, geographic scale is not really, doesn't necessarily make it consistent in my book because, for example, USGS stream data, right? Well, they're not collecting data in all the streams. And so they might be missing data in a certain neighborhood. So if my neighborhood shows up as, not being in a high percentile, then I may find that maybe there's not really evidence that there's anything going on in my neighborhood, even though there's a cement plant down the street and there's trucks driving up and down my block every day. And so I think I'm being impacted, but I don't really have evidence for that. And does EJ Screen provide that? And does the data that we're putting into EJ Screen or that we're using to identify that, to demonstrate that I'm in a high percentile? And again, even if it shows I'm in a low percentile, doesn't mean that there aren't any environmental issues that are impacting my neighborhood. So that's the indicator that I'd like to see. So whether it's for the rural communities, and that may be because data isn't being collected or researchers aren't doing research in those areas and we're not providing that data, or the agencies aren't, having, field workers out collecting data in certain areas, or there really isn't any indication that data needs to be collected in those areas, then I think that's important for that, highlighting that percentile difference. But other than that, I think that we need to consider, especially like in a question like this, where it talks about the vulnerabilities and an area being overburdened. Well, I might be able to say that on the ground, but in order to, help me to even talk to community members in my own community about, look, here's some evidence that we can show. Maybe this is something that we should take a look at. This is why maybe everybody's sick at this school or something like that. Or we're, feel a lot more warmer temperatures than we do when we're in this other part of the neighborhood. Whatever the case may be, I think those are the kinds of indicators that I like to see that I think would be important. And if we can capture data sets, or if we can include data sets and provide the calculations that can get us to that, then I think it would be really helpful. Otherwise, I think it really works for EPA purposes, but for a public community member, I think it would be challenging.
Yeah, thanks for those great comments and discussion. And I think in terms of definition and interpretation, if I could add my own 2 cents, I think we should treat this question similar to how we approach question number 10, right? That was, of course, this one has a specific rural focus, and that was something that's broader in scope or national. And I think since we proposed, or we agreed on, having like a summary table that lists the different indicators, the resolutions at which they're currently available, and links to data sources and websites, etc. Maybe I would suggest for the group members to try have something similar in here. And of course, we will be coordinating with those who are contributing to question number 10 as well, to make sure they're format-wise, they're similar, and we can have some similar information. You have a lot of great suggestions and databases that have been discussed already that can go into the summary table.
Reginald Archer again. I'll add one more. I appreciate the definitions. Of course, in short term, I think that's definitely something that descriptions and definitions and the why we are using certain data sets, what they can, what makes them meaningful. And but I think also terms like overburdened, what that means, and that terms like that should also be defined. If a data set is going to get us to be able to evaluate whether a community is overburdened or not, that we need to know what is that threshold, and is that also nationally consistent?
And if that will be based on cumulative scoring, but let's not go there right now.
Two data sets to suggest. One would be the Energy Information Administration, EIA, especially. I mean, they have a number of different data sets that I might think of, but so, you know, if we're sticking with RMP facilities, for example, there could be, we could sort of cross-reference with their, they have a list of ethane crackers and petroleum facilities and sort of point source locations. So that could be cross-referenced to then, you know, add in facilities that might not be in the RMP data. And so then the other thing that from EIA would be the pipelines data set. So it's very inaccurate at a lot of scales, especially the block group scale. But we could utilize it for, I think at the county scale, would still be very useful to have, you know, a number of pipelines, density of pipelines, something like that per county. And then that would especially be useful as a proxy for, you know, spills and incidents and pollution from pipelines, also land loss. So utilizing that pipelines data set at the correct scale, I think, and it's nationally consistent, would be good. This isn't exactly, the next thing I have isn't exactly a rural recommendation, but the Department of Transportation has information about the ports, the shipping kind of frequency, and especially containers of ports. And so that information would also be really useful just as a proxy for, you know, port pollution. The traffic proximity indicator probably captures some of that, but certainly not the ship traffic, ship idling, and the port facilities as well. I doubt it also captures some of the truck idling issues at ports. So having some of that could be a useful indicator as well.
I just would, about what you have in the tool already, I'm thinking about the EPA regulated facilities. Is really awesome, but maybe if just as it would be helpful, I think, if those facilities were broken out by some sort of like a priori, like industry, like instead of just having them all lumped into EPA regulated facilities and weighted by whatever the emissions category is you have weighted by having them broken out by what it is, what industry they're actually in. That would be really helpful. And then the other thing is in terms of what Sokobi was talking about with positives of these communities, I think getting back to the point I made earlier, that ecosystem services and the generation of those and the stewardship of those is going to be something that is going to be a big deal going forward. And I think that rural areas are going to actually look really good in that respect. So, and urban areas are not. So I think in a way to like optimize and gives a morale boost, we should be paying close attention to some of the urban or the ecosystem service matrices that are being developed by USGS and USDA, because I think incorporating those in will be really helpful to framing this in a more equitable manner.
Cindy Hu. So I just want to go back to a point Marjorie brought up earlier about like the fact that you live next to a hospital doesn't necessarily mean you can access the service there. And I want to put a plug for other federal agencies that have been doing a lot of work in this space and have really good data. So examples include the HCUP data from AHRQ. So HCUP is an all-payer claims database. We don't need to worry about the different insurance provider, but they've done a lot of good work around, travel distance, like how far people travel to see their primary care doctor. And so I think that can be a potential area to add in here. Another data source that I thought about is the area health resource file, but that data is available at the county level. And I start to struggle a little bit and like ask myself if I want to discount a data set just because it's at a coarser spatial resolution than block group or census tract. And maybe for healthcare access, we don't necessarily have to discount that because people do travel a little bit to see their healthcare provider and access health. So yeah, and after thinking through that logic, I think maybe we can still include some of the county level, health care access data sources into this. Thank you.
I just say one more thing about what David was saying about the county data. That would be really nice because I think the ag census has really good data that we could incorporate on nutrient input. On chemical inputs and that kind of stuff, some really granular stuff that would be really helpful. And we get to some of the questions about migrant flow and who's doing what, where, and that kind of thing. And even maybe on some level, the CAFO stuff. And the other thing I was going to say about CAFOs is there's a lot of really good machine learning work being done on kind of trying to identify these things in states where you have to pay or get permission to include the data in a data set. So there's a lot of progress being made on the CAFO front that might eliminate our need to pull together stuff from states because it's really hard and really annoying to do.
Any other comments and recommendations for charge question 16 from the group members or the rest of the panel? Okay. So that concludes our discussion for charge question number 16. Well, all 16 charge questions. And it's time for a 15-minute break. So our recess will conclude at 5 minutes after 11 a.m. Eastern time. I'll see you back here then.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much for another amazing discussion about topic number 5. I just want to state for the record that we haven't received any public comments for today. So our clarifying comment time slot is not necessary. So we're going to move forward with the summary of major findings and recommendations right now. Before I turn the mic to Dr. Chakraborty, I just want to share a few thoughts based on different conversations from yesterday, last evening, and this morning to provide some, I guess, clarifications and feedback prior to this next step in discussion. The first one is we have no limit on the recommendations for the body of the report. Some of you have asked, can we make 5 recommendations, 10 recommendations, or we don't have a number? The agency is really looking for your scientific sound suggestions, actionable recommendations, under a degree of range of recommendations, right? From page numbers, which I appreciate that, to more editorial in nature comments, to very critical, very important recommendations about the color of the maps, how to reach specific communities, the documentation of the technical. So there are multiple layers of recommendations. Therefore, we're asking for short-term and long-term recommendation for the body of the report. I think that will be very helpful. Having said that, we are hoping that during the next discussion, we'll have going to have a discussion about which recommendation could be elevated to the summary, executive summary, the letter to the EPA administrator, etc. Right. So there is some recommendations that could be elevated and some that, are more appropriate for the body of the report. Another point I want to make is that it's very important for the agency to know thumbs up, and this is working, and this is very important, and of course your recommendations how to enhance the model and enhance the tool. But sometimes we get all these things that need to be changed, but there is a confusion about whether things should, the agency should keep. So I think it's equally important to identify the areas that they're important, they're working, they're critical to maintain, and then of course the enhancements and the short-term and long-terms for sure. Last thing, and I think I have been getting a lot of questions about this, which again is great, about the audience of the report itself. And I will say, well, first of all, this panel is working with these recommendations, right? Providing this peer review through the Charter SAB. So the draft report will go through the Charter SAB for quality review before, again, sending it to the EP administrator. So that's, the EP administrator will receive the report. The report will be publicly available on the SAB website. So it's going to be accessible to multiple audiences. Of course, the Office of Environmental Justice is going to be receive these recommendations and trying to incorporate recommendations as they seem appropriate, consider some recommendations, again, are long-term. So it's going to be required with internal, I will say, some of your recommendation will ignite conversations across the EPA, which is great. That's what we want. Another individual asked me about research. We have actually the Office of Research and Development. They have been listening to the whole conversation because, again, these conversations and these peer review activities also provide feedback for the research plans, short-term and long-term. So we have, again, multiple audiences on the phone listening and interested in the EJ Screen tool, but also EJ how can we enhance EJ across the agency in the daily activities, how to integrate that. I just wanted to clarify a few points there. And now I'm going to turn into Dr. Chakraborty.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification and comments, Saida. So as we move forward, there are two remaining items on our agenda. First, one is, of course, the summary of major findings and recommendations, and then we'll very briefly discuss the next steps, which is kind of linked to the memo that you received last week, I think. So in terms of discussing the most important recommendation, I suggest that we proceed in terms of the topic categories, 1 through 5 in that order. And I'm going to first ask the lead discussant or writer for each group to kind of initiate the discussion, and then we can hear from the rest of the panel. But again, keep in mind that it will be helpful if you've thought about the short-term versus long-term priorities already. If you could separate them, that would be helpful in terms of the next steps. So on that note, I'm going to invite Dr. David Koniski to talk about charge questions that relate to topic category number 1.
Great. Thanks, Jay. So just as a reminder, since it was now, I guess, 2 days ago, topic area 1 pertained to the scientific defensibility and logic of the EJ screen calculations. I have sort of quickly drafted findings and short-term and long-term recommendations. Let me say that this is my sort of sense of the discussion, both that led into the meetings this week, but also based on the conversation we had collectively. But I have not had a chance. I shared this with the other group that worked on these charge questions, but they have not yet responded. So we should think of this as my attempt to summarize and synthesize comments, but hopefully just a starting point. So I'll just go through these. So there's just to give you a sense where I'm going. There's one overall major finding, and then 3 short-term recommendations and 2 longer-term recommendations. Again, these are just sort of to get the conversation started. So in terms of the major finding, I mean, what this charge or what the series of charge questions was really about was whether or not we believe the calculations that are used are appropriate and logical and scientifically defensible. My sense from the conversation and from the great contributions from those who looked at this very carefully is that the answer to that is yes. Right, the revised calculations for the EJ screen, EJ and supplemental indexes are scientifically defensible, logical, and clearly explained in the available technical documentation. More concretely, the updated calculation changes regarding population weighting, subtraction of natural demographic scores, the use of environmental percentiles, and the rounding of scores are improvements from the prior approach. So that's my suggestion for a overall sort of major finding. I think there was generally consensus around that, at least as I understood the conversation. In terms of short-term recommendations first, we had a lot of discussion about the measurement of income, right? So the current measure of income is twice the federal poverty line. There was, I think, agreement that this representation of income does not adequately capture geographic differences in income across the country. The recommendation here would be that EPA might consider alternative measures, such as 80% of the area median income, an indicator of wealth, such as home ownership, median home value, or some weighted income calculation. These are just suggestions. I'm not sure we need to come with a consensus recommendation as what they should use as an alternative, but I think there was general agreement that there should be reconsideration of how income is being incorporated into both the EJ index and the supplemental index. A second short-term recommendation, which I think is much more narrow, is that EPA should update EJ screen technical documentation such that terminology around the indexes are clear and consistent. As part of these updates, EPA should reconsider the labeling of the indexes so they are more intuitive to multiple user types. And then third, EPA should update EJ screen technical documentation to better justify the rationale for the calculations used in the supplemental index, including the choice of indicators for inclusion and exclusion in this index. And in updating the technical documentation, EPA should articulate for what purposes the EJ index should be used and what purposes the supplemental index should be used, recognizing that EJ screen has multiple user types. So those are sort of the 3 short-term recommendations, and then the 2 longer-term ones that I think, again, sort of capture the conversation we had on Monday. The first is EPA should invest in an effort to systematically ground truth key environmental inputs utilized in the EJ index and supplemental index to be sure that the percentile scores created and the calculations reflect the situations that individuals, households, and communities themselves experience. Ground truthing also has the benefit of providing communities with opportunities to provide additional information for inclusion in EJ Screen. And then a second longer term recommendation would be the EPA should carefully compare calculations of the EJ index and supplemental index to identify areas of divergence to inform decisions about when and how EJ Screen can be used for screening. So I offer those, I think, as at least my summary of the conversation and the formal comments that people made. And with that, I would, I guess, turn first to people who provided, I guess, formal comments and then open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, we would like to hear if you're not in full agreement with those, anything else that can be added or revised, etc. So.
Cindy Hu, thank you, David, for the excellent summary. I completely agree with all the summary you had. And I think one thing I would add is for the population weighting, when the panel was debriefing, while we recognize that removing population weighting from the EJ index is logical and scientifically defensible, there may be use cases where population weighting can be useful for subsequent analysis. So I think discussion was centered around maybe providing it as an option to add back population weighting if that's going to be helpful for certain types of users. And there are discussions about, we have a EJ Screen Lite, so maybe there is also another version of EJ Screen Power or EJ Screen Heavy, however you want to name it, that have all these additional, more advanced features.
Others who contributed to this topic? Okay.
Marjorie Ellen, it may be, I think I made the comment on ground truthing as part of question 2. So I'm not sure also just to keep those kind of things in mind. But and I don't know if folks would agree, but thank you, David, for really helpful summary. I think the one comment that we talked about, the range and the range of impacts of different indicators is a challenge in this type. And I'm just specifically working on the second part, specific suggestions to improve the calculation in question number 1. And that's an issue that's come up in additional questions and should be, it's a long-term recommendation to keep that on the forefront of any other indicators are added, because it will be impacting these indices as different indicators are added.
Would any of the other panel members like to comment in terms of consensus or not having consensus? Okay, so looks like we do have some consensus. And I think just a couple of things, looking at my notes from, I was going to say yesterday, no, the day before yesterday, is looking at separating the discussion of the percentile methodology and averaging for, I think, topics 2 and 3 respectively, so that, we can minimize the overlap. I know it was part of our initial discussions on day 1, but I'm glad that you already separated those and let those contributing to topics 2 and 3, worry about those issues, and which we're going to hear from shortly. Any other comments, suggestions, recommendations for topic number 1 that was not covered in David's summary? All right, so if not, we can now move on to the charge questions for topic number 2, and I'll let Veronica, introduce or summarize the key recommendations.
Yes, hi, everybody. I actually have provided recommendations separated by charge questions. I don't know if I should go by charge questions or like I should keep it all together in a topic.
You can do that. Yeah, that's up to you.
Okay, so for charge question 5, which was about the validity of the calculation that was at the basis of the percentiles, the key findings, yes, of the validity of the methodology for the use of percentiles, whether it was logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. The finding was that the panel believed that the use of percentiles is logical and scientifically defensible for the goal of comparing different places. There were short-term recommendations that are things that can be addressed very quickly. So to evaluate the possibility of using a method that is more user-friendly, clarify the discrepancy between the use of the 0 percentile in the EJ screen versus the way the 0 percentile are handled in Callen-Virus screen and other screens that use percentiles, improve the visualization, a color scheme that portrays more percentile breaks instead of what is used now, and insert an option to use a symbology that is friendly to colorblind users. Evaluate whether to also present raw values for the individual variables that are used to calculate the EJ screen indices, indicators, to provide a better picture of environmental exposure besides just percentile. Continue to, maybe this is a long term, improve the explanation of the rationale for using percentiles in the technical documentation, again, keeping in mind non-academic users, and increase the transparency of the tool by providing the number of census block groups that are used to calculate percentiles when the comparison is at the US level versus at the state level. In terms of long-term recommendation, one thing that has been discussed has been that there might be interest in developing this percentile approach at different spatial scales, potentially county level or other user predefined administrative geographies. Potentially consider developing the indices or indicators and scores so that the comparison between locations are stratified by urban versus rural. Devote effort as for how to communicate uncertainty in the percentiles and in the indicator variables, leveraging the information on the level of uncertainty in the data sources themselves. In other ways, identify ways to incorporate margin of error, standard errors of the estimate to quantify the uncertainty around the indices and scores the EJ screen provides. Think about solutions to the problem that percentiles have, while in the sense that while percentiles enable comparisons between census block groups, they can also be misleading, especially for those variables for which a higher percentile does not necessarily mean an unhealthy value for an environmental indicator. So those are all part of the long-term recommendations. So that's what I have on question 5.
Okay, let's see if we have full consensus or any additional recommendations that can be included that wasn't listed in the summary. Okay, we can move on to the next charge question.
Yes, I wanted also to clarify that I have put together this bullet point list that I have shared to the members that of the panel that were working on question 5, 6, and 7. So we are on the go commenting and revising these bullet points as I'm reading them. So that's why sometimes I stumble in my reading. So for charge question 6, the short-term, well, the finding was the use of buffers to consider populations that are affected by sources of environmental exposure and pollution is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. The short-term recommendation was to provide better scientific justification as for why certain threshold from point sources were used, why 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and so forth in the technical documentation. Enlarge a list of point pollution sources, for example, include the liquefied natural gas export facilities, the TRI facilities, or cross-references with the Energy Information Administration. Incorporate line features for highway, freeways, railways to capture the impact that the highway system has on community of color. We have had a discussions about how in the 50s, red line areas in cities were chosen as the route for a highway system. And so illustrating this type of legacies makes sense for an EJ screen tool. Ask that the EPA access classified pipeline data to construct metrics of miles of pipeline per globe group and density of pipeline per globe group. Improve the technical documentation so that it's clear to user and readers that the population in a block group is not assumed to be distributed uniformly across the block group, but the census data, the decennial census data is used to assume the distribution of the population in the block group. And then provide a button tool access in the main platform instead of what it is now hidden in the reports tab. In terms of long-term recommendation, think about ways to incorporate other aspects of exposure, such as the size of the facility, the amount of time a pollution source has been active. Maybe also think about how to incorporate directionality when it makes sense, and potentially also investigate different buffer size depending on the facility size. Consider the possibility of performing buffer analysis differently for point sources versus pollution sources that arise from segments. And when considering line features and the size of buffer, consider qualitative attributes that affect the level of impact of these line features on the affected population. For example, if the line feature is bordered by a vegetated area and a wall, then the impact on the neighboring community would be assessed as low in terms of noise and maybe even air pollution. And in that case, the buffer should be short. But if the line feature is not accompanied by these qualitative characteristics, then the impact is much larger, and so the buffer should be larger. Consider also assessing and incorporating in the tool some variable that quantify the level of isolation that the line feature has caused on neighboring communities that were bisected by the line features. So again, railways and highways. So this attribute is related to the distance to the next bridge or underpass that connects one side to the other side. So to do this, a suggestion would be that a buffer can be calculated around these intersections. So this would really necessitate a qualitative analysis. And so it's really important to conduct a qualitative assessment of this intersection. Think about ways in which a user could specify buffer size through a drop-down menu and perform analysis using different buffer size. Consider other types of regional analysis. And consider highlighting the buffer tool for visualization and not just an output in the report. So those are the recommendation that I had for question 6, at least that I wrote down, and I got input from some members of the panel.
Other recommendations or comments? And I may have a question, Veronica. I just wanted to clarify. I remember in our discussion That was yesterday, right? Yeah. Day 2. We had talked about, for some of the environmental indicators that involve point sources like RMP and NPL, the 5-kilometer distance is used in the methodology. I just wanted to make sure that will that be part of your recommendation as well for this question, or?
It was part of the short-term recommendation to basically justify where these numbers were.
Yeah.
What was the justification for this?
Yeah, and again, this question for the panel, I'm not sure that's what they meant by buffer analysis,
Okay.
because that's more of an environmental indicator methodology question. I don't know what others feel. Should it belong, or should it be discussed under question 6 or elsewhere?
Naomi Yoder, I think that we should just specify when we're talking about the buffers or the proximity for the indicators versus the buffer, the user-defined buffer. So, and, leaving it in this question seems fine.
Reginald Archer, I think that just that term, that user-defined buffer, is probably helpful.
Yeah, that would avoid any potential confusion. But again, any other suggestions or recommendations for number 6? Okay, so everything sounds good. So question number 7 next.
Yes, so question number 7 was really, I couldn't understand whether these are long-term recommendations, because really it's more about, I think it seems more achievable in a short-term time, but I don't know.
We'll have time to make the determination later. This is just the first draft here.
Okay, so as I mentioned, in the response to the document, we have a very detailed list of the pages that and the suggested changes in the documentation. So I'm not going to go over that here. In terms of the recommendation that we have, the first one is to think about developing 2 documents, a more technical documentation and a more policy-oriented documentation. Develop case scenarios that shows users how to use the tool in order to get them to familiarize with the tool, how to use it, what is the output, and how to use the output to answer specific question. Develop this demonstration and case studies, thinking about the use and what would be more beneficial to community user, paying attention to the ultimate goal of the tool, and which is that of screening communities. Incorporate video clips that show user how to perform calculations. If office hours on each screen are held and video recordings are available, share them. Alternative, provide a plan, a topic, list a topic for the office hour. Do testing of the tools with communities to get feedback that can inform revisions of the website. Provide a fact sheet summary for the variables included in the EJ screen so that the material on the web is more easily approachable by communities and in general users. Add a table with summary statistics for the various indicators that are used in EJ screen. Provide a list of acronyms that are used in the technical documentation. Make an effort to provide documentation of the data sources and justification rationale for certain data set inclusion that is not solely depending on EPA web pages that might not be always available. Enhance the user-friendly nature of the tool, considering that the primary audience are communities. Think about enhancing the EJ mobile app, but providing a walkthrough of the app, indicating where to find things. Add the ability for users to add, upload shape files and other type of files, or even allowing users to enter addresses besides giving the possibility to user to download the data. Again, keep in mind the accessibility of the website. For example, improve the color-coded visualization, presentation of the websites in a way that it is more communicative and does not require users to click on the label to know what is the value of the index of percentiles. And when possible, provide peer review reference or citation as justification for the calculations and the indices.
This is Anne. Just one comment at the very beginning. I believe it says provide a detailed technical documentation and a policy-oriented documentation. Or no, excuse me. What does it say? 2 documents, technical documentation and a more policy-oriented documentation. I'm trying
policy oriented is not the right word.
I'm just wondering if the more technical documentation and a general documentation, because I think if just because all of us looked at the existing technical documentation saying, no, we need it more technical. And they said, no, we made it so people could understand it. So clarifying those 2 distinctions, if there's a technical documentation and maybe a how to use for the public or something.
Thank you.
Adriana Zuniga, I'm thinking that maybe it's worthwhile to include a glossary of the terms, not only the acronyms, but a definition of some common terms for the lay audience.
Okay.
Any other comments, recommendation? And I think in our discussion yesterday morning, some of it overlapped with the discussion of the poverty, which has been covered, I think, already or will be covered. So I'm not sure if you need to go into any detail here because other charge question, I think, would cover that adequately. So that's my only additional thought. Okay, so that covers the charge questions under category number 2. And also, again, moving forward, it's important that the draft that we produce has some overall major recommendations for each topic category, as well as, of course, the specific ones that relate to the charge questions, because the final report will have an executive summary where we will have, I think, the major ones from each topic category listed separate from, the rest of the report, where we can address everything like question by question. So that's kind of the goal. So we are now moving on to our discussion to reach consensus for responses that fall under topic number 3. And I'll ask Sakobi Wilson to lead the discussion.
Okay, so I have not yet shared a summary document with our team yet, so we may just go, Jay will just go through question by question. But I think, if you look at charge question number 8, we had a lot of discussion about the demographic inputs and using the EJ and supplemental index calculations. And so, part of the discussion was, what the demographic inputs reflective of the literature. I believe in general from the discussion that folks do believe that many of the demographic indicators were reflective of what's in the literature. So low income, unemployment, less than high school education, limited English speaking. There was some concerns about low life expectancy being included and whether or not it should be pulled out and have a separate index. And if you have more of a biological susceptibility focus, that we need to bring in other health indicators. I think also concerns were raised about, just as a short-term recommendation, using the term supplemental. If we're going to keep the index, then we should change the name to comprehensive enhanced. And I think further discussion during that discussion, other discussions, whether we even need to have a supplemental index. I think that came in when it came to the scoring discussion. Should we bring in more vulnerability related indicators? Was also discussed. I believe an issue was raised, and this gets to the consensus point. Why is people of color not included? I think came up. Long term, if you keep life expectancy, bring in other health indicators. There's also discussion about bringing in additional demographic indicators that may be more useful, particularly when you're looking at rural communities. And then also for this question, it may be important to bring in more rural specific indicators. And of course, we had a lot of discussion about that yesterday, or throughout 2 days, but definitely this morning. So I'll just do a question by question, but I mean, for others who are on the panel and also in the discussion points, what are some other things that I may not have covered or that you want to mention as a short-term or long-term recommendation? Team members, panel members?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Anne. I have in my notes for this particular question that there were some comments about looking at the word's escaping me now, but like a sensitivity analysis between then that would be a long-term research recommendation.
Thank you for that. And then Jay, from the other report that we worked on, didn't we have a sensitivity analysis sort of template, or at least some work that could be leveraged for this activity?
Yes, I think so. It doesn't really, I'm trying to think if it answers this question, but definitely there are things that can be used or utilized to make it fit.
Okay. Others from this work group?
Esther? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Esther, I think one of the things we talked about was potentially looking at the new executive order and seeing if there are any demographic layers, including disabilities, as a potential demographic indicator.
Yes, thank you for that. So having alignment with the executive order, just in general.
Yeah, I think there's a paragraph on which communities fall under the new environmental justice definition, and that I think directly connects. Good point. Yeah.
And no, as part of the larger discussion, we also talked about with Marion and her points about the definitions at the federal level of disadvantage and the definitions at the state level may not be as relevant, but whether indicators that capture in the demographic index that capture a social economic disadvantage and having some more clarity there. So we're in alignment with the executive order as well. Yeah. I can't see who's up next, but I'll go back to you, Jay. Yeah, as long as you don't refer to averaging, because there's a separate question that comes later for that. Yep. Right? Yeah. Anyone? Others on the demographic indicators? Go ahead, I'm sorry. So, yeah.
Adriana Zuniga, I think we also talked about in demographics to capture homeless people and migrants and indigenous people and single family households and things like that. I don't know if it's in this question or the next, but I'll just throw it up there.
So homeless migrants, single parent households, and also incarcerated. Yeah. Incarcerated individuals, both incarcerated populations and then their home communities.
I was going to say also, I mentioned Amish Mennonite populations in rural areas are a key addition.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah,
go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if another table may be useful here, given that the list grows longer and they're all relevant, I think, to this question, because we do have question number 10 that focuses on the environmental indicators, but we don't have on the demographic side, right? So maybe a table to list the data sets and the variables, of course. So
that'll be a short-term recommendation.
This is David Kniske. Oh, sorry, Sukopi.
I was going to say a short-term recommendation table of expanded demographic indicators. Go ahead.
I meant a table for the report. Yeah.
Okay.
To summarize the list of variables that were discussed.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest for these tables, which I think are a really good idea, it'd be also, I think, useful to note whether or not we are intending for these to be included as part of an index or just as a separate layer for display, or both, right? Just be very concrete as to what we're recommending and how they kind of fit into the current sort of structure of the tool.
Yeah, it should be part of the existing EJ indexes, or if it's just an additional layer like we have for hospitals and prisons, etc. already. Yeah.
And then I think it speaks to our earlier, a larger conversation about the user defined sort of opportunity to bring them in and out as they would like to. Any other thoughts about this question? Comments?
Naomi Yoder, I just want to go back to the idea of including another metric for Indigenous people. And I think that maybe I'm proposing an Indigenous index, so a separate index of its own, just for that. So that's, I originally think I was thinking of an indicator, but it could just be a separate index that then would be available to pull in.
I think Cal and Ron and the other report, and Jay, you can, I'm not looking at the report right now, but I think that was a suggestion. So we can maybe leverage some of that report, Jay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So let me move to the next question.
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
So this question 9, so this is about the use of an average of the demographic factors and demographic and supplemental demographic indices as appropriate and scientifically defensible. I think the conversation was that, you know, the average was appropriate. In general, particularly we want to make it accessible to stakeholders, those who are most impacted by environmental justice. And so there'll be more work that's needed on the long term if you want to bring in additional measures, which could be useful. But I think part of the conversation was that we're trying to do this comparison, right? And the whole idea is this is comparative. We're doing ranks that the average is very appropriate for doing that. But we're going to innovate the tool and do more, then you may want to bring in some other statistical methodologies. But for the purposes of the heart of it as a screening tool, that using the average is fine. There's other comments about, you know, maybe we need to look at, you know, again, we talked about Indigenous populations, as Naima just mentioned, and looking at some differences that may be different for them. So as she just said, a percent Indigenous peoples indicator. Other panel members talked about, you know, some of the limitations or some of the assumptions behind the indicators, and understanding where it's model data or if it's real data points, and what does that mean for you know, the representation of the accuracy of the comparisons. In addition, I think we had comments from folks just in general. We had a lot of conversations about, you know, using the average and not using the average, and what does that mean for comparisons, you know, to the national, and then these different comparisons we want to do at more of a sort of state level, and maybe even a lower unit of analysis. So those are my main reflections, but there may be others from the work group who have other thoughts about this particular short-term and long-term recommendations. Go ahead.
Other recommendations to include for this question? Yeah, I think you kind of touched on that, Sacobia. I think I had mentioned as a panel member the possibility of including spatial statistical approaches that allow hotspots to be identified where, you know, demographic and environmental factors converge or spatially coincide, something on those lines. But I don't want to refer to the report again. That's I think covered in that report, but that's so.
Yeah, I'll note it as a long term.
Yeah,
and that's hotspot, cold spot, a local and global Moranza.
All right. And, you know, keeping in mind the caveats in terms of interpretation by people in communities who need that information.
Yes, I think part of the discussion was that we're going to bring in this additional, this gets back to, I'm really excited about what Dr. Elion said about a TurboTax approach. If we're going to bring in these additional kind of measures, that is be more work done on the community engagement side to increase stakeholders who may already have technical and spatial and literacy on this, but having that infrastructure to increase their literacy and the ability to participate, use it, but also in those feedback loops to make sure that whatever measures that are used, that they are useful to those stakeholders. So I think that was a comment that I made. I think others also in general talked about that as well on the community engagement side.
Cindy Hu, I think while we agree that average is very commonly used in this kind of screening tool and seems appropriate from an interpretability standpoint, there were some worries from multiple panel members that by averaging indicators that can be of different ranges will mask the variability in the smaller indicators. So I guess the recommendation was to do additional sensitivity analysis, which Sokobi, you have mentioned, but I just want to note that maybe the consensus of using average isn't as strong as some of the other charge questions.
So thank you for that. So making sure that we do there's some not consensus, not strong consensus, and then making sure that we're doing some sensitivity analysis.
I think we have moderate consensus, right?
Okay. Moderate. Okay, I got that. I'm noting that, Jay. Thank you.
That's allowed, right?
Low, moderate, high. Okay, cool. That works. Others, because I can't see anybody. Other comments?
All right, so we have consensus to move to question number 10.
Yes, so question number 10, this is a question that is actually in some ways duplicative of a question we just did. What was that, question 16 or 15 or 16 today? Identify other currently available nationally consistent environmental data sets that are germane to the issues impacting EJ communities that have not yet been included in EJ Screen. So I think, as you mentioned earlier, we want to have a list of these additional indicators. And what I just kind of noted, we talked a lot about bringing in more climate indicators. So hurricanes have been mentioned. Of course, we talked about with Ty and Matt, the fact that we're going to have this new data set on heat, more rural focus indicators again, noise pollution, pesticides, more health indicators, both prevalence data and health disparities data, and also healthcare access indicators. A lot of, I think there's some more discussion today about energy, but energy related indicators, flood risk, better water indicators, quality, quantity, aquifers, well water, wetlands data. I think I said noise, land cover data, impervious surface data. A lot of discussion across multiple days about CAFOs, permit compliance data, and then also infrastructure. And this gets to the point about positive features and negative features and how we can either mix them up or separate them outright, but making sure that we're bringing more positivity because we're talking about justice. So infrastructure is important, natural infrastructure, housing infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, and also having some understanding about how that may be different across both rural and urban areas. And then again, we talked about feedback loops to making sure that the indicators that we are selecting make sense for those who are impacted by environmental justice. And then we also talked about interagency cooperation that maybe other data sets outside of the EPA that we may want to access to expand the screening tool. And that also speaks back to the executive order as well. But, USDA, NOAA, FEMA, and others that have been mentioned during our discussion, but also discussion today. And then also, I forgot methane, so getting back to climate. So methane was also mentioned as another one in our discussion, but also in the discussion today. So I'm not sure that those are short-term, long-term, but those are things that folks have indicated they would like to see integrated into an updated version of the tool. So I'll go, whoever wants to go next. Again, I can't see you on the screen.
This is Anne. Thank you. That's a pretty long list. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place in this question or the very last question we had with respect to EJ concerns in rural areas, but the recommendation to be flexible about the national consistency and that to better reflect some of the variations of the economies across the country, that county level might be appropriate. So I'm not sure if it goes with this one or 16, but that was mentioned and I just want to make sure that's in there.
Just to add before the next person goes, thank you for that. And I think, again, I may be mixing up the conversations, Jay, but this whole issue of I think maybe David said it, looking at the regions too. and maybe there's more region-specific indicators, and that gets back to the larger discussion about, at least the vision of, let's think big, go big, and so maybe there's gonna be indicators that might be maybe more relevant for a region. And so, yes, I think Dr. Aylian hit that point several times about being flexible on the national consistent data, and that's also very relevant for this question. But I think part of the discussion was, there may be indicators that be more useful for a particular region. And so it's not just the urban rural, but it's the region, intra-region, and also inter-region as well. So I just want to say that for the record. And whoever wants to go next, you can go next. Thank you. Anyone? Any other work group for this particular question?
Sorry, we're having mic difficulties. This is Esther here. Thanks, Michael. I think that is a very relevant question or responsive recommendations for this questions around that kind of feedback on criteria, thinking about geography and potentially widening that definition for what's nationally consistent. And for that criteria, I wrote down a couple other things, including making sure like what's the purpose and how does it fit the purpose, avoiding data duplication, considering kind of the ownership of the data or the new indicator potentially, and kind of the longevity of that data or how that method might be maintained. I think those are it for at least what I have.
Thank you.
This is Adriana Zúñiga. I know you, Dr. Wilson, alluded to water quality. I just want to highlight groundwater contamination that in areas of the arid Southwest is very is the main water source, and borderlands also. I don't think they're well represented, and they can be fence lines, communities, or some way of representing these communities. If we compile all of the counties on the border, they are the poorest in the country, and definitely with a minority prevailing for the population. The directionality of wastewater discharge in arid lands may be reversed. It might be a good thing. I want to get that to the record. It's good to have water, even if it's treated wastewater, in the rivers. I know you mentioned infrastructure. I just want to allude of the age of the infrastructure. Aging infrastructure is another layer of justice. Time of exposure is also in my notes, and landfills that I think should be added. Thanks.
Yeah, just on your infrastructure point, quality, quantity, access, and age of infrastructure. I just want to write that down. And what's the last point you said after? You said infrastructure. Sorry, I missed the last. I want to write down the last point.
Well, time of exposure, I don't know if it's an environmental, it's more like a health probably indicator. I don't know if we're doing a big health index. I think that was mentioned. And landfills, which I may be wrong, but I couldn't find them in the tool.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think Dr. Aylian and others mentioned like a public health index if we have a separate health domain. So that gets back to the domain discussion again, and probably mixing up across other questions. But having a health domain, which brings not just diseases in, but other indicators of health. And I think Dr. Aylian hit that point a couple of times too. Thank you.
A couple of things I was going to say is proximity to like culturally important stuff, libraries, boys clubs, girls clubs, YMCAs, that kind of stuff, important. And then rail, we have proximity to traffic, we have traffic proximity, but rail proximity would be a really important thing to add in here.
We talked about the goods movement. Yeah, the goods movement stuff. So rail, we talked about that. And then I'm going back to what you said, cultural centers, cultural wellness. So you said, say it again, Boy Scouts.
No, I was saying Boy Scouts. I didn't say Boy Scouts. I said boys clubs. Okay, sorry. But you could do Boy Scouts too. Libraries. I was thinking specifically about libraries and YMCAs and that kind of stuff. The hubs of youth.
Yeah, community hubs. I got you. Sorry about that. I got you. Yeah, we were talking before about the positive features, right? And so what are that gets to that social infrastructure and social capital, those organizations that act as part of the resiliency buffer. So if you think about resiliency, we talk a lot about infrastructure, of physical infrastructure, natural, but we also have the social infrastructure. So I'll note that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you, as you compile this long list that will become a table, think in terms of whether it should be part of the Environmental Justice Index, the supplemental index, or just a map layer that can be added, to the existing ones.
Okay.
This is Gunkar.
The enhanced index, Jay, the enhanced index.
I think it's David first and then Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't going to comment on this, but I'm not necessarily a fan of the enhanced index either. I think we have some more work to do. But my point was more about the question of national consistency. I wanted to at least clarify my thoughts on that in case make sure it's just clear. I actually think that the data should be nationally consistent in this tool, at least in the main tool. I'm not sure that we should compromise that as a general criterion, because I think otherwise that causes some complications that we haven't fully kind of talked about yet. What I was trying to say a little bit earlier today was that in terms of the resolution of some of the data, I think we could be a little bit more flexible and allowing for like county level data, for example. Again, recognizing that this is not a tool that is getting at exposure, it's just a screening tool, right? So if we have, for example, pesticide data that's available at the county level, that's nationally consistent, I think that would be a great addition that might address some of the issues around urban rural. But I do think whatever data sources or whatever data layers we're incorporating, they should be nationally consistent. If we decide to recommend that there should be more regional tools or sort of different versions of EJ Screen that is more sort of regionally specific, then obviously that changes that point for me. But I wanted to make sure that was clear for the record. Thanks.
And just to follow up on that, some of the existing indicators are derived from track level data. So that's definitely something you can recommend. Quinn.
Quinn Carr here. I think somewhere in this section 3, just a couple of things. The cost burden households data from American Community Survey. I think that would be a good indicator. And I don't know if this was mentioned, but the SICNICS industrial code data would be I think just a good context layer. Honestly, like especially the starting point. Maybe long term it could be thought through more as an indicator, but it would capture a lot of different types of economic activities and industries and how that impacts the environment. Thanks.
The environmental data sets, radon. And thank you for the clarification about nationally consistent. Yes, I meant resolution.
And we are in consensus about that, right? What David said. So.
Just to chime in on that point, yes, but my point about having subtools, you have regional subtools where you have more data that's specific to their region, because you have states, a lot of the states have tools that are, the data, of course, would not be national consistent, but it's more spatially relevant to that state. So, yeah, just want to add that. And then there's some lessons learned from the states that we can gather for the national tool and vice versa. So that's why I talk about the interoperability, but then the multiple screens. And then you have data that's more relevant to that level, for that particular screen. So I think I agree, but for thinking big, that you going back to the whole idea of a platform where you have a national consistent tool and you have the sub tools, right? And allows you to have toggle in and out. I think we still need to keep that vision at the front.
Yeah, and that can be a long-term recommendation, definitely. I think go ahead, Marge.
Yeah, Marjorie Alien. I mean, just to reiterate, I think my comment about other considerations besides nationally consistent, I agree completely with what people have said. That's the starting point. And it's not just to overall think of using other kinds of data, but there should be a little bit back to Esther's point, the justification for why the exception to the rule, I guess I would say, and for certain types of data, energy, the things that really impact rural areas more, I think it should be clearly, if that were a choice that was decided upon, clearly documented and justified in all the materials.
Yeah, that's a great point. And if you don't include that, I know the reviewers for SAB, we'll definitely make sure that we include in the final versions.
No, go ahead. I was thinking about nationally consistent data, and I know that, again, referring back to the one comment that we received from the American Petroleum Institute, every oil and gas well in this country has an API number, and those API numbers indicate what's been done, what type of well it is. So like we could definitely generalize and make that type of data nationally consistent based on API's own and what everyone agrees is a good way of identifying these wells. So the API itself has actually identified a way to make nationally consistent oil and gas wells that we could probably use. So that was the point I wanted to make about.
We have Veronica first, and then Tim Collins next.
Yes,
Before y'all go, are we still on my question? This last question, this is what I asked.
I wanted to make a comment on the issue.
Okay, cool.
National.
I'm taking notes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, to me, nationally consistent really means that there is a unified ways in which this data has been collected that is valid throughout the United States. Because what I'm really worrying is, as I hear for more and more data sets, eventually if down the line EPA, I don't know, 3 years, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, is going to put all this together into a cumulative score, really like the importance of the quality of the data becomes fundamental, especially when we are going to add this many things together and things can be really get out of hand. So for me, nationally consistent, it really means that there is a unified criteria that is used in the way this data is collected throughout the United States, and there are not regional variation in the way this data is measured and collected. Because I really think it's important that the quality of the data is ensured.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think one of the issues we may be sort of getting mixed up here too, I totally agree with what everyone said about nationally consistent data. I think one of the issues pertains to some of these issues. It may be perfectly reasonable and possible to collect nationally relevant data. For example, fracking. Ted would know a lot more about that than I would. I'm sure it's feasible. The issue that we may be confronting is that some of these phenomena may be more regionally relevant. There may be some parts of the country where data aren't being collected in a standardized fashion across most of the country for some of these phenomena, because the activity isn't relevant to that context. But
exactly.
Should we exclude those types of regionally relevant hazards from EJ Screen because they don't occur across nationwide? I think that's one of the things that we're getting crossed here a little bit.
Yeah, and thank you. I want to reiterate my earlier point. So if you have a national tool, you should have nationally consistent data. But you should have regional tools, as you just said, that have context-specific, spatially relevant data. That's what folks are asking for. That's the reason why you have state-level tools, right? Because the national tool, the current tool, is missing what's happening in the states. So you got to have tools that fit for purpose. And right now, for the fit for purpose of many of the states, EJ Screen is not good enough. For our regions, it's not good enough because we don't have the data. So I think we got to separate, as Tim just mentioned. Yes, if you're doing a national analysis compared to the national average, that's exactly right. But if you're going to look in the regions, you have to build a regional tool. You can look at the states, you have the state tool. But you want to have, as it relates to data quality, as a principle, valid, reproducible, high quality, or at least QAP-related quality assurance performance plan data when you know if it's low quality, medium quality, high quality, and how it should be used. Those kind of principles should be regardless if it's a national level data set, regional level data set, or a state level data set. I think that's just a basic set of principles. But for the purposes of this work and this to say this in a couple ways, building the tools that we built at the state level in Maryland, we did it because the EJ Screen is not doing a job for Maryland. We're innovating the tool because our current tool doesn't include rural indicators. So we gotten some funding to make it better because we're not capturing the EJ issues in rural communities. Now we're building a regional tool because we have a Maryland tool, but the other states don't have in Region 3 have their own tool, right? And so there's going to be some interoperability. There's going to be some, peer sharing, peer networking across the states. There's going to be some working across the states, right? So that to me, as a user and as a builder, that to me is where we should be going with this platform and the future of EJ Screen. Because I just wanted to say that again. I'll keep saying it, but I'll say it again if I need to.
Okay, we have a few more comments.
Yeah, Reginald Archer, I think one of the potential solutions in the long-term, long-term recommendation is, we mentioned resolution and of course scale. So if, just using spatial tools, if we can zoom into an area, then the data sets that are available for that area that may give us the kind of resolution that we need should become available for that particular area. That way we can do regional analysis. We can explore at the regional level or at the state level or at a much finer scale, even though the resolution may still be at county level or tract level or census block group level. I think that will help to both capture the regional level data, however small or large that region might be. I think it will also help to capture some of or assist with the interoperability. EPA has a list of other tools that are available and state tools that are available on the EJ Screen website. There's quite a bit listed on the EJ Screen website. And earlier we were talking about different types of documentation. So I'll go back to that real quick, because I think when we talk about the thoroughness of the documentation or some of the details that are not currently available in the technical documentation, maybe what we're looking for is something that is more of a background documentation that really describes what the tools are, what are available, and what we can bring in and out of the EJ Screen tools. So I'll offer that as well to the earlier question. But in addition to this, providing some of that background data that helps to justify which tools are in and out. But also, I want to reiterate that point of the scalability, interoperability, I think can be captured if we use some of the spatially available tools.
About nationally consistent and what is and isn't in this tool. I think that's fine. I mean, if you're not going to include whatever the oil and gas wells, or you're not going to include that, I think that's fine. But I think you have to outline specifically. A couple of things have come up in this. One is energy infrastructure, and I think CAFOS has been mentioned thousands of times already. So there's a couple of specific components of this thing that aren't in it that I think literally need to be outlined very specifically. This part of this industry is not in here because of X, Y, and Z. This part is not in because of X, Y, and it needs to be really laid out, because I think that's a fair way to do it. But I can just tell you that, like, when I think about frontline communities, which this is supposed to be for, they need that specific thing. And when you go to the EJ Screen Lite or this companion document that you're developing, which is going to be a scaled down version of the technical document, all that language also needs to be in there, and it needs to be really clear. And like we're all talking about, defensible, because people they're going to be outraged. Like what Sokopi was saying, this is not applicable in my state, not even remotely. And I don't have a state that has any time or interest or political will to construct something like this. So.
Hey, this is Quinkar. I know we're going to transition to the cumulative impacts section soon, but it has been brought up, and I just would encourage people to think about when we're talking about this. We're not just going to layer every single thing we have in this tool on top of each other and say we're going to score it all and make it one big, general score. We can very carefully pick which indicators within the tool would make sense for a cumulative impact analyses. And I know there's disagreement on weighing and scoring, and we'll get more into that, but I'd appreciate just really careful wording and how we talk about cumulative impacts. And it is thinking about it in data is still new and innovative, and it's difficult to wrap our heads around, but just want to make that comment. Thanks.
A quick addition to the infrastructure row of your table. It was mentioned by Ted, the combined sewer systems that may result in combined sewer overflows. That would be good to add. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Got a lot of notes, y'all. Thank you.
Marjorie Leon, I just wanted to add a little bit to Quinn's comment. I mean, I think people have thrown out many, I'm going to call them indicators because that's how I see them. And there was a question, is that part of an index or an indicator? And my own personal opinion is because of also how the indices are calculated, that adding a lot more indicators to those indices is problematic because you start to wash out certain ones or get leverage points. So it has to be really strongly considered. And that's a similar comment to Quinn's in terms of then going the next step to using it additionally for another an indicator that then gets used for another, an index that then gets used for another score or index. And so
the percentile ranking that follows.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add that.
Can I also add, I think there was a comment yesterday when we talked about potential difference between indexes that are used in the calculation and layers that can be used for visualization and for visual inspection and analysis. And so if there's opportunity to include layers without having them impact the potential percentile or whatever calculation we decide to go with, then I think that would also be beneficial.
I'm sorry, just one quickly to add to that too, Marjorie. In some ways, that's how I would envision like extremely low income as just being something that can be visualized on a mapping tool and included, but not as what Reginald said.
On that point, you could think of something like KFOS, where it's going to just be like counts and very regionalized in very specific areas, and trying to put that on a percentile is not going to be a great idea. Even if there's only one in one place, it really may be a significant source, but it's going to score, still score pretty high because most places don't have any, but it'll maybe not. I don't think the distribution is going to give you the real information you need to make decisions about those types of things.
State level tool, yes.
Okay,
We have in our tool.
Just one final recommendation for those working on topic category number 3. Make sure that you include a short list of the most important recommendations, that not specific to each question. I think I mentioned that for Veronica and category 2 as well, like the major recommendations that come out of the whole category of questions that we just discussed. Okay,
so Jada,
yeah.
What I'll do then, I'll pull together these notes for my team, and then hopefully y'all can help me do that. So thank you.
Yeah, we have to reach consensus on those as well. Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
Okay.
Not today. So moving on now to topic category number 4, and I'll let Dr. James Saad lead the discussion.
Okay, thanks, Jay. So I have a draft of recommendations where I did my best to summarize the recommendations as I heard them, and I apologize in advance if I missed things or misrepresent anything. I look forward to feedback from my group members. I'll be sending you those notes today. But like Veronica and Sokobi did, I'm going to go by question, organize it in that way. And in order to be time efficient, I'm just going to give the recommendation as I understand it in abbreviated form. But as I said, I've written them up in more detail, and I'll send those to you. And then just so I have said it, I just want to make a comment that I think in our conversations and recommendations, particularly for these 3 charge questions, we edit and think very carefully about the use of terms like score versus index, which are different, and cumulative impact assessment versus a cumulative impact score. And then as to the short and long term, or which ones may be major, I think I need more feedback from my group before thinking about prioritizing. So with regard to question 11 on the suitability of threshold maps for examining cumulative environmental and social burdens, I think we are at consensus that they are suitable, but suggest some improvements. Those include the ability to calculate selected sets at different policy relevant geographies. Veronica mentioned that as well. For fit for purpose type analyses. And then as far as the threshold maps are concerned, asking EPA to look at different ways of displaying this information to help users understand relative values from one place to another. So perhaps using bar graphs or some sort of a similar graphic in order to show how a value compares to the average for that selected group, for example, to make it more intuitively useful as a means of examining cumulative burdens. And then the ability to export the output of threshold maps in other formats, such as geodatabase or shapefile format, or in KML or KMZ, would be, I think, very helpful to a variety of users. And then if EPA could also think about improving the utility of the threshold maps for the purposes of data exploration by altering the symbology for the selected polygons, using color ramps or using pie chart symbologies or something like that, in order to help them more intuitively visualize areas that are at the highest or lowest attainment of the group of thresholds that have been selected. And I realize that although this would be a more fair way of thinking about comparative cumulative burdens, when you have lots of indicators to consider at once, it might not be workable. So those were my understanding of my recommendations for which there are consensus for question 11, and I'm anxious to hear comments from my group members and other panel colleagues.
I was just going to say about symbology, when someone actually brings in data, getting back to the point about you're in a state that doesn't have a tool like this and you're relying on this and you're bringing in a whole bunch of data that maybe we don't include at the end. The ability of someone to manipulate that data or present it in a way that's helpful is not there right now. It's just, I think the ability to change the symbol type of data being imported into the tool, or to weight that data by some characteristic, some row of data in that data set would be really helpful, because as it stands, it's like just a bunch of line files or point files, and it doesn't really help, I think, the user, especially those that aren't very familiar with this kind of format. So I guess what I was saying was symbology, not just of the data in the tool, but data that gets brought into the tool by users.
Sounds good to me.
I guess I just would say that I think we were viewing that we thought the threshold maps, at least I thought the threshold maps were very useful now with the use of 12 indicators. I think as we add more and more in, we might have to think about different ways to visualize the data if we're going to incorporate, many, many more indicators. I think there's only 12 now. If there's 30, there may be some changes into how that may need to function to be useful.
Nice. Yeah, and I'd add as more we add to, we'll have to think about the buckets. And I think in the comments, there are really nice buckets laid out if we do that. And then I think I've just been thinking a lot about this threshold map, and I just think the technical documentation is not really getting at that this is a starting point to think about cumulative impact analyses. And I'd like to see literature actually in either technical documentation, or if we do the policy version, I think we were talking about like 2 versions. I just think there needs to be more guidance in what cumulative impact analyses have been done. There are case studies on more localized levels, or more even sometimes more specific mediums, like especially air issues. So I just think that without any of that, the data can be cherry picked really easily, or they could be really rudimentary cumulative impact analyses without more guidance. Thank you.
Anyone else have a comment?
Are we ready to move to question number 12?
And that's a really good segue, I think, into question number 12, where we're talking about creating a cumulative score and potential appropriate uses for a cumulative score. So this was a complicated discussion, I thought, and the term cumulative impacts is a problematic one and needs to be examined and explained by EPA in terms of how they are going to operationalize that concept inside of EJ Screen, and to be clear about its definition. This is one of the areas where my thinking went to cumulative impact assessment instead of score. But the EJ Screen team needs to address this definition question comprehensively and clearly in the context of the tool. And they also, a recommendation continues to say that EPA needs to be measured and clear about what can be done with EJ Screen results or threshold map results and what can't, and to expand those explanations. And I think doing this perhaps with some case studies would be useful. So that's a recommendation that I believe we have consensus on. A second one is that EPA continue to improve the capability of the threshold maps aspect of the tool and find ways for them to effectively reflect multiple indicators in appropriate ways as a means to help inform users and help them explore for cumulative effects. And the comment that with larger and larger number of indicators, that becomes more problematic, that certainly is a big job. So that's another recommendation. And then a third under this charge question is the recommendation EPA not pursue an overall cumulative impact score at this time using all the current indicators in the current version, but that the agency should evaluate and consider the data quality problems that are inherent to the indicator data as limitations to developing such a score. And that we don't, as a panel, we don't have specific or clear solutions to these problems necessarily to offer, but they still do exist. And my thinking on this recommendation would go on to say that if indicators are developed in the future that are actual measurements where uncertainty and error are understood, then EPA would be on firmer ground in order to develop perhaps some sort of a score rather than maybe an index. And another recommendation is that that EPA not develop a cumulative index that lacks a stated purpose. And we instead recommend that they evaluate the feasibility and the utility of cumulative effects indices, perhaps that are based on subsets of the available list of indicators that are organized into relevant categories, policy relevant categories, and that address a specific concern. And there are some really nice ideas about how that might be done. And then finally, to help users think in greater depth and detail about cumulative effects, the recommendation that EPA increase the prominence of the option to display data from other sources via the map surface or the EPA GeoPlatform. And examples were mentioned such as CalEnviroscreen, Justice 40 and CGEST, the EDF proximity mapping, and so forth. And probably EPA should also connect that to some guidance for users in states that don't have a statewide EJ analysis platform on how they might consider that information. So that's my abbreviated list of recommendations for which I thought we have consensus, but I'm very anxious to hear comments from the group and the panel.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent summary for a complicated set of responses that we had discussed yesterday. So yeah, go ahead. Especially again, we want to hear for those who don't completely agree.
This is Quidgar. Yeah, I think if there isn't a scoring system in the short term, I would like the EPA to consider a multivariate regression analysis that looks at which environmental indicators that we're using in these tools have the strongest explanatory power to health disparities that people experience. I especially want to focus on health disparities because that is where the most established science is and how we think about pollutants and how they interact with people's human health over long periods of time. And that's a really complicated analysis that, should be taken very seriously to improve the rigor of this work and build upon a lot of great work that states and local jurisdictions do have better data sets than the federal level data sets, which I definitely understand. And I do take that very seriously. And thanks.
Veronica?
Yeah, I think that I'm not sure that I completely agree with the suggestion of the multivariate regression analysis. Many of these indicators, there are a lot of them, are also going to be very highly correlated. So there are all sorts of statistical problems when you're trying to do an analysis and looking at which one is associated with an outcome variable, and you have predictors in your regression analysis that are correlated. It's not necessarily said that what you're picking is really the variable that is associated. There are also thoughts about causal association versus, marginal and conditional association. So this, I think, it's really something that is not as simple as just doing a multivariate regression. It really has to be thought carefully, involving a statistician, epidemiologists that think about these kind of things. So I think also there is work that has been done with respect to developing indices for hit vulnerabilities, and there are good lessons to learn there. But I'm not sure that identify a specific type of statistical methods we are there yet, because of the problems that we have mentioned of many variables that have been listed, match a lot of correlation among those. Not to mention that some of these variables might have also very low values. So there are all sorts of issues. And so I wouldn't list in the document the name of the statistical methods, but rather of trying to think about this question and leave more of an open floor to EPA to explore.
If I could comment, it's important to remember that EJ Screen is a location-based tool, and health impacts are not necessarily location-based. So that's another complicating factor in trying to use indicators to predict health impacts. People move around.
This is Esther here. I think I would ask us to be very careful about how we word that. Right now we do not recommend pursuing cumulative impacts because in a way, communities have been long asking for tools like this to take a cumulative approach and not the siloed approach that regulatory agencies have. And so I just want to be very careful about how we word that recommendation so it doesn't seem like we're not considering it, because we really are.
Yeah, I mean, this is a draft of recommendations. And as I said, I want to think very carefully about the specific terms we use.
Yeah, first draft.
Yes, but I hear and understand your concern and agree with you.
So Kobe?
Yeah, so as someone who's been on NEJAC for the last 6 years, no longer on NEJAC, but I was the co-founder chair of the Justice 40 Finances Work Group, and we had a lot of discussions about cumulative impact analysis. Nikki Sheets, who was on NEJAC, who helped to get the cumulative impacts bill passed in New Jersey. Folks want cumulative impacts. So we're already there with some of the state level tools. So I'm going to not be in agreement, the opposite of consensus when it comes to cumulative impact score. But I will say this as a member of the liaise from the SAB on the cumulative impacts working group, we are talking about cumulative impacts, defining delineation, what it means. Needed a better definition than the current definition because that definition is not good enough. NEJAC wrote a report about cumulative impacts analysis, right? And what does it mean? And also, and my push in that conversation has been very careful about biological susceptibility, getting the micro level sort of mechanisms and causality. Cumulative impacts is not, in my opinion, really about that. We need to be doing more of a systems approach and looking at more of the meso level. So health disparities are very much place-based, if it depends on the geographic unit analysis. So I think there's not consensus on that, but there is consensus in folks who impacted their voices that they want cumulative impact analysis. They want it now. It's 20, 25 years behind. Cumulative risk analysis is not something we should be talking about in this discussion because they're very different. They want cumulative impact analysis done. They want to, I mean, not saying they want to score per se, but they want more work in progress from the EPA in this vein. The executive order speaks to that as well, right? The new executive order, the interagency working group, or IAC speaks to that. The work of WEJAC speaks to that. So we need to be in lockstep with what's happening in the larger discussion about these issues, because the cumulative impacts for the EPA, for ORD, for the greater EJ community is a huge issue right now. I stop talking. Go ahead, Jay.
Thanks, Jacoby. I guess one of the things that we could do is when we talk about our recommendation regarding a cumulative score is be a bit more pointed in our comments about the advantages and disadvantages of having one, especially I think a lot of us agree if the score would be meaningful and good, it would be useful to include. But I think the reservation is because based on the data that we have and how the different indicators that we have and how they fit together and all the variability between them, that's problematic. So I think if we, I can't name them all now, but I can certainly work with you on the comments to sort of be more pointed about what the advantages and limitations are of such a value would be helpful.
This is Michael Schmaltz. I agree with Esther and Jacoby's comments on sort of communities really wanting the cumulative impact analysis or scoring, et cetera, all of the above. But I also agree that I don't know if the EJ screen is the platform for that to occur. And Jacoby had mentioned all these various sort of agencies working on this, and I know EPA in various forms is sort of considering this task of a cumulative impact, and wondering if our recommendation can reflect that sort of. Maybe the cumulative score isn't right for EJ screen right now, but to sort of emphasize that ORD, other offices within the EPA, that this is just a sort of another piece to that emphasis on sort of coming to an agreement at the sort of EPA level, not just the EJ screen level, of what is cumulative impact scoring going to be at the EPA and what that means for then the EJ screen tool.
Veronica?
Yes, I wanted to clarify my comment. So I understand that communities want this cumulative impact, this cumulative score. What my comment is that many times in statistics or mathematics or any of these fields, in order to solve a problem, you have to have a well-defined question. Otherwise, you don't know the tool that is most appropriate to solve the question. So to me, right now, the question is not even well-defined because as we have been discussing across the room, there seems to be not even clarity as for what this cumulative impact should reflect. Should it reflect health? Should it reflect this? So until there is, I think the first step would be to basically understand what we want this score to highlight. So that's problem number one. Once that is well defined, there is a definition that is clear, then people can say, okay, for this question, for this goal, this would be the best methods that would allow us to give an answer to this question. But when you write a grant and you have your specific aims, if your specific aims are completely amorphous, that there is not a very clear question, the methods are not going to be the right methods to answer the question. You need to have a well-defined question. And so to me, I think there is a little bit yet of nebulosity about what is really that this cumulative impact should do. Once that's clarified, then I think it would be easier for all of us and for EPA to come up with a proposal that can be evaluated about what would be the best method to reach this. So I understand that there is the need from the communities to do this, but at the same time, wouldn't it be a disservice to give them something that is not really addressing the question that they want to be addressed? So I think we need to think about that. And so that's where my comment comes from. It's not because for some principle, I don't want to do this. It's just that I want to be realistic about the fact that there is still a lot of things that have not been set in stone. Even among us, we don't seem to arrive in agreement as for what this tool should be or what is that we are wanting to achieve. So that's why I'm hesitant.
Yeah, and at the risk of repeating what's already been said, it's a question generating tool, right? Not an answer generating, as discussed, I think, on day one. So we have to keep that in mind for every charge question, I guess, not just this one. Any other issues, comments, recommendation?
So I will take a crack at trying to represent the lack of consensus on that recommendation.
We do have consensus on
look for
that.
others to fill it out, but I appreciate the guidance very much.
But we are allowed to disagree to some extent, at least at this stage. Quinn, you had a comment.
Yeah, Quinn. Yeah, no, I really appreciate this discussion, and I fully understand all these limitations with the scoring method, and I definitely see what you're saying, Veronica. We're not getting. Yeah, we have to be really precise in how we answer these questions with statistical analyses, and yeah, how I said it earlier, maybe that's not exactly how it will play out, but I think it's something with that level of sophistication should be considered. And I think too, just as maybe a recommendation, maybe it'll fall more into the threshold part, but I think we should really encourage the community engagement aspect of this in the EPA regions to really work with communities on cumulative impacts and digesting all the information and this tool as a whole beyond the threshold part. But so I think I'm looking forward to how this all turns out. Thanks.
All right, we can close discussion on question 12 and move on to number 13.
I'll just make one final comment before we go to 13, and that's what's helping me in thinking about this, although my thinking is not matured, is thinking about cumulative impacts assessment rather than impacts, or the difference between those two terms, and the difference between a score and an index. A score reflecting measured levels of intensity, whereas an index reflects sort of combining concerns to represent what we think is important. So I'll be thinking through that as I converse with you on the details of these recommendations. Okay, 13, about how to appropriately weight various indicators. I'm sure that we'll also have a discussion on consensus on this, but I identified two recommendations. One is that EPA should consider providing a mechanism within the context of EJ Screen where users can apply their own relative weights, but the agency itself and the tool itself should avoid specifying weights or providing any guidance on what weights might be appropriate. EPA, however, might consider commenting on how different states could and should apply weights differently, or what work has been done at the state level or in other areas. But do it in an advisory capacity. So I'm interested to hear your comments on consensus of that. And then the other recommendation is that if EPA decides to weight indicators, which we're not recommending, at least in my mind of consensus, then comprehensive sensitivity analyses should be used to understand the relative contribution of one indicator at its relative weight to the overall metric or score or result, to avoid biasing the score by overweighting in a way that's not really defensible. So those were the recommendations that I think came out of our discussion of charge question 13.
Everyone here seems to be in agreement or consensus. I don't see any hands from those joining virtually, right? So
maybe that's fatigue.
No, that's not. Veronica, no, sorry.
Okay, let me just briefly mention that there were a couple of other bullet points in my notes that I just wanted to mention. I'm not quite sure how to plug them in yet, but there was a call for similar additional case studies or tutorials that could be provided to aid users in how to use EJ Screen in a practical way. Maybe this could be applied to the documentation or the tutorial example options for threshold maps. And then I identified some non-consensus recommendations. One is aspects of the user interface that are unclear. I'm going to ask the panel members that express that to give examples or be more specific, so perhaps we know where to put them. I'm not going to talk about that one. And there was a suggestion that if EPA doesn't create a cumulative impact score, that some users will create their own, and that EPA should anticipate that and provide some guidance or some position whether if that were to occur. And that for decisions on weighting, they might lift up and make suggestions on using characteristics such as the likelihood or frequency of exposure, whether exposures are acute or episodic versus chronic, in terms of trying to make weighting decisions.
Yeah, I mean, some of them can go into the long-term recommendations, I think, eventually. But I know, like I mentioned for the other topic, the two previous topic categories, also think about the most important or major recommendations for the category as a whole that will end up in our executive summary of the long report.
Yeah, and I think that's something will come out of the editing process and the discussion process.
Sure.
So thank you.
Marjorie Ellen, can I just add that the last comment you made about if users create their own score, in some ways, number 12, question 12, really comments on potential appropriate use of a cumulative score. That's the focus of that question. And it seems like that's potentially a good point. The appropriate use and inappropriate uses or challenges in the comment you made might serve question 12 as well, about EPA explaining if users create their own cumulative index or score.
Thank you.
Yes. And
Cindy, Jim, thank you for your summary. And with the point about user creating weights, I think this panel also talked about considering, data quality in creating those weights. I mean, we're not recommending a uniform way of creating weights, but I think some of the things we talked about, like factors to consider, whether it's immediately relevant for human exposure, proximity to a point source doesn't necessarily means being exposed. And then there are some inaccuracies in the FRS data that the panel talked about. So maybe just add a few additional considerations to the user created weights.
We are a science panel, and there's very little scientific information to guide on what weights should be. But weights exist for other reasons which are not necessarily science-based. And so it's a complicated topic.
David Kaniski, I guess I have a comment that I think bridges across a few of these charge questions on this topic. So implicitly with the threshold widget or threshold maps, there is the ability for a user to create a cumulative score, right? And the charge question is referred to as a cumulative outlook. And implicitly, there's the use of weights there. They're unweighted, right? We're just treating them, you're just sort of adding them up. There's a particular block group above a certain percentile that the user selects on multiple indicators. So in terms of guidance or recommendation for EPA here, it seems like we want to be sure that we ask them, at least in my mind, to be very specific in what they tell users about the use of the threshold mapping, right? Because I think that's, if the short term, there's not going to be the development of a cumulative score, I think this is the place where users are going to build their own. And if we are worried about inappropriate use or interpretation of those data, then it seems to me that it's important for EPA to be very clear as to their view as to how those thresholds should be used and not used. Thanks.
All right, I think that concludes our discussion of the major recommendations for topic category number 4. And now we're moving into topic category number 5 with Tim Collins summarizing the recommendations.
Okay, so I've been trying to put together some notes while we've been while we've been going through the other recommendations and major findings here. So they're a bit sketchy, and I'll do my best. Again, I think this is mostly just a skeleton of some major sort of consensus points for each of the charge questions under this sort of rural dimension, this rural topic area. I have some sort of points about consensus on each of the questions, as well as some very brief short-term and long-term recommendations. So I'll be looking for everyone to try to augment what I have here. One major finding for me from this is that charge question 14 should probably be the last charge question, as charge question 15 focuses on defining rural versus urban areas. Charge question number 16 focuses on identifying indicators relevant to rural EJ issues. And then 14 focuses on the next step, how we might operationalize that definition and new indicators within EJ screens. So it's sort of a major finding for me in the sense that I didn't really sort of think about it that way until like today. So I think that's why the recommendations pertaining to these charge questions maybe seem a little mixed up as well, because I feel like that first charge question in this topic area really builds off the other ones. Okay, so in terms of the consensus for question 14, there's those two elements. There's really two questions here, A and B. For A, I believe that there was consensus on our answer to that, which is yes, EJ screen should incorporate different calculations or levels of comparison for rural versus urban locations to ensure fuller representation of both locations in the tool. I'm just using the verbatim language from the actual charge question. And then I think there was consensus on B in the sense that we identified multiple existing rural urban classification approaches that could be integrated in EJ Screen to better represent the varied realities of environmental justice issues on the ground across the rural urban continuum. So I think we achieved some consensus on those points. In terms of the short-term recommendations that I came up with, the first one is predicated on first identifying new indicators that are applicable to rural EJ issues. So that's the last charge question, 16 currently. So once we've done that, I think which is the short-term recommendation I have there, I think we should decide on how to incorporate different calculations across the urban-rural continuum. For example, there was some discussion about, should we exclude inapplicable indicators in particular contexts or not? Another short-term recommendation is to examine those alternative rural-urban continuum classifications from the USDA, the CDC. We discussed using the National Land Cover Database to determine which classification or classifications, if we want to incorporate multiple, are best suited for integration within EJ Screen to represent small areas on the rural-urban continuum. Another short-term recommendation is to integrate one or more of those rural-urban continuum classifications into EJ Screen to enable stratification of block groups and comparisons between those contexts at national and state levels. We currently can do that in EJ Screen, but it would be great to be able to integrate the ability to classify block groups along that continuum to make oranges to oranges comparisons, for example, based on sort of the context. Long-term recommendation, I just have one, which is to integrate new calculation approaches in the EJ Screen platform for newly selected indicators to ensure fuller representation of places along the rural-urban continuum in EJ Screen. I could see as a short-term recommendation, maybe in integrating just sort of individual indicators that we identify and developing just sort of measures for those individual indicators. But I think people were talking about how to more comprehensively characterize rural versus urban, or Socobe's talked a lot about sort of scalability, having almost like a multi-scale, functionality within EJ Screen, which I think those are sort of more long-term type goals or recommendation. So that's what I have for that, for question 14. And I guess we can open it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we are allowed to change the order of questions for a given section, the topic category number 5, but not the content of the questions, of course. Yeah.
Sure. And that's great. I just do think it does build in very specific ways from the
if we have consensus, I meant, yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Or everyone in agreement here and virtually? Okay. So this would become charge question number 16 in the report, and follow the 2 other ones that you're going to discuss now. Right? Unless there are any. Everyone in agreement with the responses Tim Collins just summarized? Okay. You can move on to number.
People are tired. All right. So question 15, again, this focuses on the definition of rural communities. And so the point here of this question is that in order to implement different calculations to operationalize this in EJ Screen, we need to have some sort of definition of the term. And then the question is what is an appropriate scientifically defensible definition? In terms of the consensus points, I had 3 consensus points on this. I said among panelists, there's a high level of agreement about the characteristics that define rural communities that are relevant to environmental justice. For example, population, land use, services, infrastructure, isolation, environmental assets. People agreed about these dimensions of rurality that are relevant to EJ issues in rural communities. However, based on the recognition that rural community EJ issues vary regionally and locally, there wasn't really consensus on some single definition of a rural community for integration in EJ screen, nor was there the belief that like just some single definition that we develop on our own is necessary to actually operationalize the analysis of the rural urban issues in EJ. And I say that because there's consensus that it's tractable to adopt operational rural urban continuum definitions in existing data sets from the USDA and CDC for use in EJ screen, as well as to categorize land use and land cover classes available in the National Land Cover Database to define small areas on the rural urban continuum. I think the point is people have already sort of adopted definitions and operationalized them within these other classification schemes. And I think people acknowledge that these can be used effectively within EJ screen. And so in terms of the short-term recommendation I had is, so to examine these alternative rural urban continuum classifications that we identified from USDA, CDC, think about how we could use the National Land Cover Database to define sort of context along the continuum, and then identify the ones that are best suited for integration within EJ screen. And then we're going to adopt the operational definition that's embedded in sort of the approach, that we use, the scheme that we use. The long-term recommendation is to basically revisit this. I mean, my thought would be that, this is sort of, we adapt EJ screen based on feedback from users. I think there's been a lot of really good commentary about how do we integrate feedback from user communities in this. And I think a long-term recommendation would be to just revisit this based on feedback from users regarding the strengths and limitations of new rural urban continuum, definitions that we adopt and the functionality of those definitions in EJ screen, as well as the integration of the new indicators that I'll talk about next in EJ screen. So, and I'll stop there and open it up.
Do we have consensus with these recommendations? All right, we can now move on to question 16, or what was formerly numbered as 16 will become 14 in the report.
I think it's going to be 15, this one then. Yeah, this will be 15. So in terms of the consensus, this focuses on basically identifying nationally consistent data sets that could be used to identify these rural EJ issues. In terms of consensus, there was consensus that there are nationally consistent environmental data sets that can be used to identify rural communities facing EJ issues. We a lot of people identified various data sets that exist that could be used. In terms of the short-term recommendations, and I don't know how this fits into, I reflected on the charge question critically when I came up with this in reference to our discussion. And what I concluded is that I think one short-term recommendation is to expand the focus of how we're addressing this question to be inclusive of environmental, social, health, and infrastructural data and data sets, as well as indicators beyond pollution, because the charge question focuses solely on pollution, which I think is somewhat narrow given the discussion we've had regarding EJ issues in rural communities. And so I don't know how this is typically handled, but I do, based on our discussion, panelists really believe that there's a whole suite of rural EJ issues that involve environmental, social, health, and infrastructural conditions that extend beyond environmental and that extend well beyond just pollution. Okay. So I don't know how to integrate that in fully. My recommendation is that, this is needed, broadening our focus here is needed to fully capture rural community EJ issues. Another part of this short-term recommendation here is I understand we're going to develop a table. I haven't done that yet, but that includes like a list of the data sets, including the source, the temporal coverage, the spatial resolution, and I don't know what other fields we have in the table, but to provide a table with data sets. Another short-term recommendation I have is in that table to include, based on our discussion, to include national as well as regional environmental data sets in particular that are regionally relevant, that may be consistent, that are consistent based on our discussion. And to distinguish in the table between sort of nationally consistent data sets versus more regionally consistent or relevant environmental data sets in the table. Since we're putting our minds to this now, I think it'd be wasteful to not integrate that in. So then another short-term recommendation is to examine those data sets carefully that we've identified and have some sort of selection process that we use for inclusion in EJ Screen. I don't know if that's maybe over the top as a short-term recommendation, but and then to integrate those new indicators within EJ Screen as individual indicators, perhaps in sort of new domains that we've already discussed, or buckets, social, public health, infrastructure, environment. And then I had one long-term recommendation is to integrate new calculation approaches in the EJ Screen platform for those indicators to ensure fuller representation of places along the rural-urban continuum in EJ Screen.
And just speaking of the table, I think one more thing that we discussed should go into it is whether or not it's more appropriate as an environmental justice index, supplemental index, or just a map layer for visualization only. I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. So that's another
for
field.
question 10. Yeah.
Okay.
But thanks for your excellent summary. I know we discussed this question less than 2 hours ago for putting it together. Compared to the other groups, yeah, you had less time. Yeah, go ahead.
Marjorie Allen, thank you very much for the detail and the summary. I guess the one thing I would think about a little bit of word choices, whether we're suggesting a whole different kind of calculation or a modification of the existing calculation, when you're talking about in the indices, and it doesn't matter so much if you're just putting it as one of the indicators, if you're not using it necessarily to go beyond that. So I think I'm not sure for the consensus, and maybe the group can confirm or deny whether we're really saying that the calculation should be not use the same kind of calculation versus a modification of the calculation in support of what's more indicators that are more important to rural communities be added and others that are not important to rural communities or regions be eliminated.
Other comments, recommendations to add to what was?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I don't think we really got there, in terms of identifying how these would be integrated within the current EJ Screen framework and how calculations would be made. So that's why I put those as long-term recommendations, because I just don't think we're there with those, but others can speak to that.
Yeah, just quickly. No, I completely agree. And I guess I was just, it's just the word use of something like modify or not agreeing with the current calculation. So maybe it's not a distinction that really needs to, even that distinction may not need to be made. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cindy, I just have a more logistic related question. I anticipate the response to charge question now number 15, previously number 16, overlap quite a lot with charge question 10. So there are a list of indicators we recommend adding for the overall, and then a list of indicators that really matter for the rural communities. So do we need to keep that in mind as we draft, or do we just put down whatever we think are relevant in two tables and then someone go in later to deduplicate.
I agree. It would be helpful to have like a standard, some sort of standard format with fields that we both followed, and then have another separate field that indicates whether this was something that was raised in charge question 15 versus
10. Yeah.
10.
I think this does require coordination between the two groups, the third one and the fifth one in some ways. But for the first draft, I think it's fine to have a comprehensive list. We can sort out those details in the next one.
David Kadisky, I guess thinking about this question of whether or not these indicators should just appear as indicators or be potentially incorporated into one of the indexes. I wonder if we can sort of state that as all part of the recommendation, which is EPA should consider inclusion of these indicators either as their own layers or as part of an index, and kind of put the onus on the agency to decide whether or not it makes sense to do so. But I think being concrete and that being a recommendation is better than just saying, here's a long list of items you might consider without us giving any guidance as to what the agency should do with this big table of indicators. Does that make sense? I think it's a sort of subtle thing, but I think it's, they've made determinations as to which indicators they're using in the index and which they're not. So they obviously have a process by which they're doing that. And it seems fair to ask them to do the same thing for these new lists that we're generating. Thanks.
Any other recommendations?
I'm not sure which charge question it goes into, but I think one of the concepts that I didn't hear reflected was sort of this glass half empty versus glass half full concept. Like some beneficial features as far as some negative features. And maybe it's in charge question 10, I'm not sure, but just that general, I don't think it found its way into any of the comments. And I know it's been raised in multiple contexts. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could put that in charge question 16 as like in addition to, because then there's pollution. I think I brought that up in reference to pollution being perhaps much narrower than what our discussion encompassed. And so I think being clear that we're also talking about like environmental assets or, community resources, those types of things.
Just a general recommendation that the people who worked really hard in creating a toolkit, we should have some acknowledgement for them on the website. They are missing on the web page.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew and Thais, picture or.
I was just going to say that USDA was mentioned by you, Tim, but I was going to also mention people will need to be leaning on for this from a rural standpoint or a DOE with regard to the Energy Information Administration and the data contained therein, Department of the Interior with BLM and USGS, and then of course Department of Defense, as I mentioned earlier. I think from a rural standpoint, we'll have to be looking into those agencies and data that they have.
Any other comments, recommendations before we wrap up this item of the agenda and move on to the next steps? Okay, so thank you, Tim. And just, something I mentioned already, just think in terms of the major or the most important recommendations for the topic category, for the rural category as a whole, that would end up in the executive summary as we move forward. So, well, thank you all for your enthusiastic participation and energy and a lot of insightful comments. I think I learned a lot over the last 2.5 days, and many of you might feel the same way through these discussions. In terms of the next steps, I'm going to keep it short because this is essentially a reminder to panel members about the dates and instructions that were in the chair's memo that was shared by Zaida with you last week. And basically, the next step is for all panel members to work with the lead writer for each topic category to develop these consensus responses to the charge questions. And each lead writer or lead discussant will then combine the responses into a single Word document and send it to us by Friday, May 26th, right? Which is what, about 16 days from today. And make sure that you copy not just me, but also both DFOs, right? Carolyn and Zaida, when you send these to us. And when you send this, the integrated responses, by the Friday, May 26th deadline. And our next public meeting will be held on June 22nd, right? Thursday. So again, after we receive your integrated and consensus responses, I'll work with the SIB staff office and DFOs to incorporate all these responses to the charge questions into the first draft, right, of the report that will have to be posted publicly on June 7th, right? And then we'll have a meeting, like I said, on June 22nd to discuss other changes as we move forward. And then we can decide later if we need an additional meeting before the report, before it goes to the EPA SIB, the chartered SIB as a whole for review. And that we can decide on June 22nd. We don't need to, I think, depending on, how much progress we have made and how much more work needs to be done.
Okay. Is the consensus document just these sort of high level things we've discussed today, or the whole like that plus like all the full draft report with the details?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah, it's everything.
Okay.
Yes, let me clarify that, Dr. Chakraborty. So the integrated responses for each charge question will include the very detailed conversations and statements that you made as part of the preliminary comments, right? But now in a way that is, one voice, as the panel, as the different groups, right, work together. Plus, of course, the recommendations that you have identified short, long-term recommendations. I do believe some of your preliminary responses provide a lot of context about why that recommendation was made and, the pros and cons of a recommendation. So it's always good to include those as, integrated part of the different responses to each charge questions. As of course, some of you already identify short and long-term recommendations for each charge questions. And some of you actually went beyond that, identify major recommendations for the topic, which is great. Yeah, this is the first draft attempt for June 22nd. So we just want to make sure we have everything that we need at this point. And if any edits are needed, additional edits are needed, but you guys will decide on the 22nd. Any questions about that?
Yeah, David Kaniski, I guess I asked a clarifying question. So in the preliminary comments, they were sort of organized by individual, sometimes with some summary of those. Here, we're looking, I guess, two questions. One, do we need to retain those original comments for any reason? And then two, is the idea here just to have one set of integrated comments from the whole panel in response to each of the charge questions? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. And to the first question about retaining what was there before?
No, that was for
just for today.
To prepare for this meeting. Now we're moving forward beyond that. Yeah, consolidating them. And like I said, it's good to have the most important ones at the beginning of each section before we get into the individual charge questions.
Cindy Hu. So I know we have member assigned to different themes, but I have a sense that after this deliberation, everybody is going to have some thoughts they want to contribute to, other themes that they're not assigned to. So is that a mechanism or some steps we do after the June 22nd, or do you want to capture those now as well?
It will be good to capture those as soon as possible so we can start building the actual one voice report from this panel moving forward. So I personally would recommend, but I will let my colleague Caroline Kilgore also, say a few words about that. I will prefer if you email those to the lead writers so they can actually incorporate that as they build in the next 2 weeks their draft responses, integrated responses for each of the charge questions. You will have an opportunity also to just bring those up again if they have not, you see that there's a statement or theme that is missing, right, as part of the June 22nd meeting, public meeting.
No, that's
Veronica?
Yes, I guess just to make sure I understand, because this is a little bit different from the other times I've been on scientific advisory panels, where what happened was we had the meeting and then the document that was produced after the meeting had to be only inclusive of comments that were raised during the meeting. But now it seems that because we have the June 22nd meeting, what we are creating right now is a document that contains what has been discussed in these 3 days. But if people also have other things that they want to bring up, that those can be included in this document since there is the June 22nd discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, there's always fine tuning. It's just opportunity for that, for the panel to make sure that, again, all the different perspective, point of view, even references, right? We just want to make sure we're comprehensive and everything is included. Having said that, Dr. Baracal, topic number 2 is a little bit ahead because you already integrated some of the responses, right, as part of the preliminary comments. So the same with topic number 4, Dr. Sad, you already did some of that, right? So, but that's the type of, when we talk about integrated responses, finding that voice, and some of the preliminary comments will have common, right, statements. That's what we meant.
Is there, I know they were taking notes, is there a transcript or is the recording available if we want to refresh ourselves about what was actually discussed?
I will be sending a little bit more information on that. So please, be on the look for a follow-up email after this meeting, and that will provide a little more guidance about that. And also you will start seeing communication coming from, of course, Dr. Jay Chakraborty, but also Caroline Kilgore.
So just to ask then, in order for, so the leads will provide sort of a starting point for review, but will all the information from each lead be available to all the committee members in order to provide some additional input before the June meeting, or really the May deadline, I guess? The May 26th. And I just wanted to clarify that for others in order for individuals to add the information. I think Cindy's question a little bit.
Yes, at this point, we're keeping it at the group level to avoid any issues with, FACA requirements, because it will be, if we open up to comments from all panel members, that becomes a deliberation, and that needs to happen in public. So at this point, we are again starting the process of a draft report, integrated responses, coming June 22nd, depending on how the committee in the panel believe how comprehensive or not, how much work is needed, then we will go from there.
And that should give enough time for everyone to look at the other sections that they were not directly contributing to, and for more feedback. So that concludes my part in this meeting, and you can go ahead and wrap up things.
Well, we're wrapping up here with the EJ Screen Review Panel public meeting. First of all, I want to thank all of you, our fearless panel members, for 100% participation since day 1. And I just wanted to make a note of that because we the SAB staff of it, we work with many panels, and all of you have been consistently engaged throughout this process thus far. That shows into your preliminary comments and your attendance. I will say thank you, because it speaks about your commitment about good science, and that is means a lot for us behind the scenes working and putting together this advisory activity. So thank you for that. Thank you also for the members of the public that have joined us throughout the last 3 days and listen in and also engaging, again, paying attention about your recommendations and your advice about EJ Screen mapping tool. I also definitely want to many thanks to our partners in the Office of Environmental Justice, the EJ leadership team that came to speak to the panel, address the panel, as well as Tai Long and Matthew Lead. And again, those two individuals their heart is in the right place to develop this tool and take all recommendations to the next level as appropriate. So thank you, because they have been true partners since day one as well, and very supportive. Also, special thanks to our administrative logistics team at the SAB staff office. There are many individuals supporting this effort, and from our contractors to the ethics officials to individuals doing payroll. So there is a lot of behind the scenes individuals, including other DFOs working with IT, working with our website in order to make this a very successful public meeting, but also advisory activity. Special thanks to our Deputy Director, Kana Johnston. She has been a fearless supporter of these efforts since day one, and she has been actually joining this meeting virtually for the last 3 days. So again, a lot of individuals behind the scenes supporting the effort. Of course, our chair here, a fearless leader. Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for accepting this role when I approached you. You have been doing amazing, and I'm excited to, your contributions, continued leadership in this project and other projects, of course. And last but not least, to our SAB director, Tom Brennan, because Tom, you have been a leader, fearless leader about EJ issues at the SAB, Science Advisory Board. And with your leadership, we have been able to establish an Environmental Justice Science Committee, the first one ever, and also integrate environmental justice perspectives throughout the SAB work. And that speaks about your commitment to science. And with that, I'm going to say thank you so much for joining, and I'm adjourning this meeting.
Thank you all.